Good evening. I call to order the virtual study session of the Lakewood City Council on March 17th at 7 a.m. To connect online, please use one of the following links at lakewoodspeaks.org or lakewood.org/council videos. For online public comments, you may post those comments at any link to Lakewood online forum for public comments. Been open tonight and through 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for any comments related to tonight's presentations. We do have 3 presentations slated for the here from Jefferson Center for Mental Health, on our street maintenance program, and then the very excitedly anticipated update for Lakewood's comprehensive plan and upcoming zoning updates. So welcome everyone tonight. First off, Mr. Clerk, if you could please start us off with calling the roll.
Mayor Strom.
Here.
Councilors Cruz.
Here.
LeBure is absent. Lowe.
Here.
Macarow.
Here.
Nystrom. Councilor Nystrom, are you there? Oh, there you are.
I'm having audio issues.
Okay, we got you. Thank you. Sharazai.
Here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan is absent. We got Sharazai and Sinks.
Here.
Great. Mayor Strom, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. For presentation tonight, I was everybody to Kiara Kunzler, the President and CEO of Jefferson County Center for Mental Health. And Kiara has joined us this evening to give us a presentation about their organization. And I'm sure Council will have some questions to follow. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much, Mayor Strom and City Councilors. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight and really appreciate your interest and your support for behavioral health, particularly at a critical period of time that we're in right now. So I will share my presentation here. Okay. So if there are questions as I go through the presentation, please alert me to that. I can't see everyone's faces on the screen during this presentation. So I wanted to share just a little bit about the need for behavioral health, and then I'll share more about what Jefferson Center does and some of the current context that we're facing in behavioral health. So this shouldn't come as a surprise. I know that we are all aware of the need for behavioral health. At this point, nearly 1 in 4 people, adults in the United States, struggle with a mental health condition. This has grown over the past several years. It used to be 1 in 5, and now the increased need is clear and present. I put in a few statistics here specific to Colorado as well. In Colorado, we are ranked number 10 in suicide deaths across the country. And across the country, suicide is the number 1 leading cause of death in teenagers. We also know that drug overdoses have been on the rise for many years. We're actually seeing a little bit of a stabilizing of that trend in 2024, but it continues to be at high levels, and only about half of the people needing behavioral health care are accessing the care that they need. We know that
510. Go to the Bluetooth menu on your smartphone and select it.
I apologize. I'm having some audio issues. I'm trying to fix it.
So we know that the mental health impact is substantial when people aren't able to get the treatment and care that they need. They struggle in school, they struggle in work. There's more family instability that can lead to intergenerational challenges with mental health and substance use, and much more chronic physical health conditions as well. Overall, people with mental health conditions have a shorter life expectancy, and a lot of this has to do with the social emotional dynamics and relational dynamics of mental health, as well as medications that are used to treat mental health conditions. And social isolation in general can lead to very poor health outcomes, both mental health outcomes as well as physical health outcomes. So speaking a little bit now to who we are at Jefferson Center and what we do in the community, Jefferson Center has been a nonprofit mental health center for 67 years, and our primary focus is on serving the communities within Jefferson County, Gilpin County, and Clear Creek County. We serve around 25,000 people each year in a variety of services, both in our offices, in the community, in partnership. And I'll talk a little bit more about what those types of services are as we go along. And we also connect with an additional 25,000 people a year in outreach and engagement, prevention, training, curriculum, really expanding the number of people that can support the work that we do in behavioral health. We have about 800 people on our team at Jefferson Center right now who put their heart into doing this work every day. Jefferson Center truly is embedded in the community. So many mental health centers have their roots in community. At Jefferson Center, we know that not everyone has the ability to come into one of our office locations, or there may be several barriers that exist in terms of their ability to access the care that they need, whether it's transportation or childcare, or stigma, or just the fear of walking into an office called Jefferson Center for Mental Health. And so we try to be in the community where people are. We have 26 of our Jefferson Center locations, but we're also in partnership with 40 schools where we have behavioral health providers in the schools. We have behavioral health providers in more than 30 health clinics. These are pediatric practices, primary care practices, specialty practices, making sure that people have the behavioral health support in a comforting environment for them. We partner with nursing homes and assisted care facilities, and in a number of other community partnerships, whether it's with law enforcement, domestic violence shelters, and housing projects and programs as well. So this is a high-level overview of the services that we provide, and I'm going to touch on some categories of services here in a little bit more depth, so I won't spend too much on this slide. These are some of the types of services that we provide to kids and teenagers and their families. About 30% of the people that we serve at Jefferson Center are youth. And so this is a huge part of what we do, from early childhood, supporting kids and families 0 to 8, as well as their caregivers and community partners, to really wrap around children that may be at risk for domestic violence or intergenerational trauma, and really work on forming those attachments with caregivers, and giving kids the tools and supports that they need early on. We work very closely with our school partners as well, both providing counseling in the schools as well as providing prevention curriculum. So really teaching the language of identifying signs and symptoms and emotional regulation and coping. We also provide a fair amount of intensive services in the family's home, as well as programs intended to support diversion from juvenile justice engagement, as well as our New Vistas Crisis Stabilization Unit, which supports kids and families in an acute episode of crisis. And then a lot of family support. So we can't support youth unless we're able to also support the caregivers involved in that youth's home environment. So that's a big part of what we do. Our adult continuum is wide-ranging, and it includes those things that you think of as traditional outpatient therapy, group therapy, medication assistance. But we also support people through our peer specialist program. So peer services is programming where individuals with their own lived experience who are in recovery from mental health conditions or substance use disorders are able to provide hope and recovery and support and connection through the therapeutic process. We provide a lot of wraparound services as well. So really helping individuals with skill building, obtaining jobs and employment so that they can demonstrate those areas of success and feel proud of the accomplishments that they're making. We have specific programming focused on older adults, as well as intensive services that are more community-based and in the home environment for people with more intensive and chronic mental health conditions. We also operate 3 alternative care facilities. These are places where people live who need 24/7 support, and they can be in our assisted care facilities for a year, up to many years, if that's the type of support that they need, if they're facing chronic and long-term mental health challenges. Here's an array of services provided in our mountain communities as well. So pretty much everything that we're able to offer within our metro and suburban areas, we're able to offer in our mountain communities. Some of this is via telehealth, which the pandemic has really opened up, and we are seeing a lot of people choosing telehealth services in our mountain communities because it just reduces some of that stigma of being in an office in the community that's so close-knit and smaller. Our substance use services continuum has really expanded dramatically over the past 7 years, and we now have essentially a full continuum of substance use services, including the front door for many people is our 24/7 withdrawal management program. You may be familiar with the term social detox or a detox program. This is where folks are able to come if they're acutely intoxicated and need a safe environment to withdraw from substances. And the most important piece of this program is connecting to ongoing services and supports. And so the goal is really being there when people need us and being able to engage in our continuum of substance use services. We also provide medication-assisted treatment. We do that in our offices, but also through our mobile van that travels to more rural areas. Providing outpatient, individual, and group therapy, intensive therapy. We also have a women's housing program for women in recovery, and this just allows us to wrap around folks and get them on their feet with support with employment, support with regaining functioning and independent living, as well as often reconnecting with children who they may have lost custody of during their substance use challenges. We also have an adult substance use residential treatment program and a real-time walk-in collaborative care clinic. The collaborative care clinic is a prescriber, a therapist, a peer specialist, a wellness coach, and resource benefits navigator, all in the same place. And people can walk into that clinic or join virtually and receive the care that they need same day. And so that's a newer addition to our substance use continuum. We partner very closely with law enforcement and our criminal justice partners to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to divert from criminal justice involvement or engage in treatment so that they're able to come out of jail and prison with the supports in place that they need to re-engage in the community and be really active members of their communities as well. One additional thing I'll mention here is our training for law enforcement. So CIT training and mental health first aid training are incredible programs. We have such committed law enforcement partners across Jefferson County and certainly in Lakewood. And so there's the mental health first aid training and the CIT training is a critical component of our law enforcement and first responders having the skills to identify when there's a mental health condition, how to reach out for support, and how to support individuals in the community in a trauma-informed way that is able to support those mental health conditions. Navigation services are also available to everyone in our community, not only our clients and the people that we're serving, but anyone is welcome and encouraged to call us if they have questions about resources or benefits, whether it's housing assistance or accessing Medicaid or Medicare, Social Security. It could be something that's a one-time need. Somebody might be going to the hospital and needing care for their pet while they're temporarily in hospital or residential care. So our navigation team really has access to hundreds of community resources and is there to support those referrals with other community agencies and partners to really wrap around the whole needs of the people that we serve and the people in our community. Safe housing is an incredibly key part of this work that we do and incredibly important to recovery. When people have a safe place to live and they're not struggling day to day to make sure that that they can survive through a cold night or keep track of their benefits, information, their IDs, their cards. When they're able to have that safe housing, they're able to take more steps towards achieving the long-term mental health care and physical health care that we need. So we have a full housing continuum. We support about 450 individuals with vouchers. That just means that folks with housing vouchers of some kind, we provide case management and support in navigating those housing opportunities and keep them engaged in being a good tenant, a good neighbor. We have 7 residential, transitional, or permanent supportive housing programs at Jefferson Center and 6 apartment buildings. And those apartments are focused on permanent supportive housing, but also voucher-based housing and just affordable housing, trying to keep those rents affordable for the community. We work really closely with RTD as well as other housing navigation partners to be out and about and engaging folks that are unhoused in obtaining that navigation assistance and voucher application process. We opened our Solid Ground apartments in Lakewood last year and really thankful for the partnership that we've had with the city for many, many years related to this project and so many others. One key story of success that I'll share, we had an individual in our recovery housing who needed a critical surgery that they hadn't been able to receive in the community because they didn't have a safe place to recover from that surgery. They were finally able to obtain an apartment through our Solid Ground apartments. They had their surgery successfully and had the support that they needed to recover. And now that individual is volunteering in his church community and has started working part-time as well. So this is what's possible when we're able to really give people that safe landing space. We do a lot of work in partnership with primary care and physical health care because total wellness is all of that. It's mental health and it's physical health, and it's making sure that there's prevention, care coordination, and wellness built in there as well. We also operate 2 pharmacies and support vaccines as those are needed for the community also. Just a little overview on our wellness services. Wellness services, classes, and coaching are available for anyone in the community and just helps to know that behavioral well-being, behavioral health and well-being is not a linear process, and engaging in those healthy habits and having the support to do that keeps us well. Our community outreach and engagement is critically important to making sure that as many people as possible across our communities are armed with the information and resources that they need, so that if someone in your life, your neighbor, a coworker, a family member, or yourself are struggling, you know how to get the support that's needed, and you're not afraid to talk about it. So with behavioral health workforce challenges, there will never be enough therapists and counselors to provide all of the need that exists. And so if we can spread information for us all to be ambassadors for behavioral health, it really, really makes a difference. We're available as a community partner to support in times of crisis. So if a community partner or a business community or faith community experiences a crisis, whether it's a loss of a loved one, within that community, whether it's a natural disaster or a community emergency, Jefferson Center goes out and partners to provide the emergency debriefing, crisis and ongoing mental health support wherever that's helpful. I'm just going to shift for a few more minutes to some of what we're seeing in Colorado right now. So Colorado has gone through a challenging year with Medicaid disenrollments. Over the past year, you know, when the pandemic began, the public health emergency ensured that people maintained their Medicaid benefits throughout the course of that public health emergency. We knew that when the public health emergency ended about a year and a half ago, that many people would be appropriately disenrolled because they had obtained other sources of insurance and were no longer eligible for Medicaid. So we projected that there would be a decline. However, Medicaid disenrollments in Colorado doubled the number of Medicaid disenrollments that were projected, and a large portion of those that were disenrolled were actually not engaged in any other private insurance or healthcare support. So many of these folks have become and remain without insurance. Colorado was the number one state in the country in terms of the net Medicaid disenrollments over the course of that year period. And it just created a tremendous hardship for thousands of people in our community in Lakewood who are now without insurance. That, on top of a number of behavioral health reforms in Colorado, has led to declining funding and declining support for people who need behavioral health care. At Jefferson Center, we're now serving more than 6,000 people without any type of insurance, and about 10,000 total who either have no insurance at all or who are underinsured, meaning that their behavioral health services are not fully covered by their private insurance. There are several systemic adjustments that we're paying attention to right now, both at the state level as well as the federal level. So we talked about some of those state impacts, both the decline in Medicaid funding due to decreasing Medicaid enrollments, but also the Behavioral Health Administration that funds non-Medicaid public supports for behavioral health. There are reductions within that program as well, which means less funding available to support people without insurance. There's also been significant Medicaid payment model changes for behavioral health, meaning that the Medicaid payments themselves are no longer covering the full cost of care. So there's a lot of changes at the state level, and certainly with the budget deficit that the state of Colorado is facing right now, the challenges are many, and there are decreases across the board. So behavioral health is one that is certainly at jeopardy right now. At the federal level, there's several impacts for behavioral health, most specifically through the Medicaid proposed cuts. These could happen in a number of ways. I won't go into a lot of detail on these potential cuts in Medicaid funding at the federal level, but essentially all of these potential paths to Medicaid reductions at the federal level lead to fewer people enrolled in Medicaid in Colorado and less federal funding coming to Colorado to support Medicaid broadly, but certainly behavioral health specifically. The estimates of Medicaid cuts at the federal level to Colorado are about a 30% reduction in federal funds for Medicaid, and that equates directly to the same reduction in behavioral health funding that comes to Jefferson Center. So these are significant impacts that could truly jeopardize access and availability of behavioral health in our communities. There's also potential for reductions in health and human services funding at the federal level, and that could decrease grant opportunities as well as non-Medicaid behavioral health funding that comes through the federal government and the state. So we are busy engaging with our Joint Budget Committee, our state legislators. I'm meeting with the governor tomorrow for a Medicaid roundtable to talk about these implications, and certainly federal policy action as well. Behavioral health is a nonpartisan issue. We all know the importance of behavioral health, and yet we need to protect it actively right now in order to avoid some pretty devastating reductions in behavioral health funding and behavioral health programs and services. So this is the last slide. Just wanted to give you some highlights, even with all of these challenges that we're anticipating systemically. Jefferson Center is committed to moving forward and being responsive in our communities. Soteria Landing is a comprehensive recovery campus bringing together acute care services in a single location for people with substance use disorders, and really creating a recovery community to ensure long-term success and recovery. And we are in the process of renovation plans and capital campaign, and working with some new market tax credit opportunities to support the build out of Soteria Landing. We're very committed to stabilizing the core services for people with Medicaid and without insurance. We have more gaps in funding than we've ever had before for folks without insurance in particular, and need to make sure that we're still able to provide those core services. We know that people with insurance also struggle tremendously to access the care that they need. And so we're looking at ways to separate the work that we do in potentially a subsidiary model to provide care for people with private insurance through a separate entity. That's necessary because of the payment model changes in Colorado that make it really challenging to provide care for both segments of the community. And then more than ever, we're committed to delivering value and making sure that the quality of care is seamless and continuing to evolve to meet the community's needs. And so these are some of those ways that we continue to do that work. Just a couple other slides about who we are and how to engage, but happy to take questions. And certainly you'll have these slides if you have further follow-up needs.
Thank you so much for that. You guys are an amazing partner supporting so many of our residents, and for all of that work, just start by saying thank you. And that feels so small when you take into consideration what exactly you all are doing. So thank you also for being here, joining us this evening to give us the update and the background and details about the organization. I'll open the floor up to our city council. Do we have any city councilors that have questions? Councilor Lowe.
Yeah, thank you so much for this this presentation. I am, I had some sense of the breadth and depth of what you all do, but it's very impressive, and I think speaks to the enormous need you all provide and meet in our community in so many ways. So thank you. And I think we heard loud and clear at the end of your presentation some of the particularly difficult pressures you all are under as you all continue to provide these services. So thank you. And obviously, I feel confident I speak for many of my colleagues when I say, the city wants to be a strong partner with you all and want to make sure that you all can continue to provide these services. In that context, I realize it's like challenging to ask about another service because you all do so much. I did want to take the opportunity to ask, one of the things that I've seen that is a particularly promising evidence-based practice in terms of preventing juvenile crime is the service multisystemic therapy, or MST. I know there have been some previous conversations about Jeffco Mental Health Center looking at providing that. I understand the context of some of the Medicaid cuts and pressures y'all are under. It's a very difficult time to look at offering any new services. So I guess my question is if, and I realize this is a very big if, and the if is doing a lot of work here, but if there was a way to provide MST in a way that would be financially viable and where, a combination of Medicaid or other funding sources would fund it, is that something you might look at? And if the answer is this is a longer discussion for another time, that's a perfectly fair answer, but I did want to raise it.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lowe, and very much appreciate your support, the support of the entire City Council in Lakewood over the years. It's not possible to do this work without great partners, and Lakewood has been an incredible partner. So really very much appreciate that. As it relates to multisystemic therapy, that it is certainly an evidence-based practice that has shown promising outcomes and solid outcomes in the community. The direction that we have taken at Jefferson Center recently to basically have similar impacts, I will say, really working with families, engaging in the home. We've used trauma systems therapy as the approach in the past several years, and it's allowed for a little bit more flexibility than the evidence-based practice MST has sometimes afforded in terms of being able to be responsive to a wide range of needs for families within the home, and intended to have similar outcomes in terms of diversion from criminal justice, staying in school, avoiding, truancy diversion work as well. And I know we've had some of these conversations before, but would love to just share with you, Councillor, some more specifics about trauma systems therapy and some of the outcomes there, and see how that compares to some of the things that you've heard about MST. Certainly Jefferson Center is always evolving. So if there is an approach that better meets the community needs, we're always open to evaluating those and working together on funding opportunities.
Thank you. Would love, we don't need to do it now, would love a chance to maybe have one more conversation, if appropriate, with you and your team about trauma systems therapy, MST, and sort of opportunities there. Understand what you're saying. Certainly understand the value of is trauma systems therapy delivered in the home? Like, do the therapists go out and actually meet with both the family and the kiddo in their home, like with multiple visits?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's multiple visits over the course of the week, but it could be once every couple weeks. It could be 3 times a week. It has a little bit more flexibility. MST and evidence-based practices sometimes have a very set protocol that sometimes works incredibly well and sometimes is a little bit less flexible.
Okay. Yeah, would love to learn a little bit more about how it's being provided. To me, the bottom line is you all are uniquely well positioned to sort of provide a service or the set of services that can prevent crime before they occur, and help sort of intervene and work with these kiddos and these families before they end up justice involved. I think it's just such a powerful thing that you all do. I know you provide many services. I'm very enthusiastic about any opportunities to work with you all to make those services available in Lakewood, because I think it's, as we hear so much from our constituents about concerns about crime, I think it is truly the most effective approach we can take in the long run, both in terms of like what actually works, what's most compassionate, what's going to keep our community safe, what's the most sort of budget smart way to spend money. So would love to work with you on making sure those services are available. And thanks again for everything that you do.
Thank you. Yes, I will reach out to you separately and we'll set up a time to connect more on that. Thank you.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Mayette Guerrero.
Thank you. You talked a lot about the importance of being a good neighbor and mentioned your permanent supportive housing that exists here in Lakewood. And I'm wondering if you could talk at all about, I know because I got to be a part of some of the community outreach that happened ahead of the opening of at least one of those facilities. Wondering if you could talk a little bit more about like that process before you open permanent supportive housing, and also if you do experience like large amounts of inquiry or complaints. I kind of imagine not, but I think it's important to be able to have an opportunity to say that out loud. I definitely get questions, but from my constituents, but often not actually at the right address. And so I think that there's often like bias-based like assigning of blame to like your facilities for other actually totally unrelated incidences. So I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about that. And also, you know, of course, I think you mentioned the unpredictability of some of your funding sources right now. And of course, anything that Lakewood can do to be helpful, but I doubt there is in this moment, but just want to like double down and bring that awareness, because I think all of the social programs that we talk about during the year as a city are going to be facing similar types of consequence and stress, and want like the public to sort of be able to see that through line. So I'm just re-upping that as a point that you made. My last point, though, is that Councillor Nystrom's mic is still not working. So at some point in between our presentations, she is going to restart and have to come back, just so that you all know. I think Mr. Rob will have to let her back in, but she's like paying avid attention in this moment, and we'll restart as we transfer speakers. That's more of a staff FYI. Thank you, though, very much for your time and for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councillor. And thank you for your engagement in sort of some of those pre-planning, pre-engagement efforts around the permanent supportive housing and otherwise. It is so important to connect with the community, with the neighborhood, and with the direct neighbors. Anytime that we're implementing a new apartment, whether it's permanent supportive housing or whether we're opening a new program. And we've done that in a number of different neighborhoods across the communities that we serve. And a huge part of that is education and open houses and forums to really talk about the value, not only for the individuals that will be residents at an apartment complex that we're opening or a program that we're opening, but also for the community. Oftentimes the people that we're housing in permanent supportive housing, they're in the community already. They just don't have a place to sleep. And so they end up being more on the street, more visible, less safe environments, both for them and the community. And so a lot of what we do is provide education about how this provides more safety, more opportunities for the individuals to access the care and support that they need, and so many success stories. So permanent supportive housing has incredible success rates of people ending up in ongoing housing and functioning as really important contributors in the community through jobs and volunteering and otherwise. So we do a lot of education, and then we do ongoing engagement with the neighbors and to have just a very open line of communication. And so if there's ever concerns, our program manager at whatever facility or complex that we're talking about has that direct communication with the neighbors. At this point, we're not getting a lot of neighborhood complaints for any of our programs or facilities directly. It's usually in advance of something opening that there's a lot more worry and fear and concern. And then we're committed to being good neighbors. And so we want to keep those open lines of communication and make sure to respond if there are concerns that arise. Because every once in a while, of course, there are concerns that arise, and we make sure to be as responsive and timely as we can. I do want to say if you all are hearing of any concerns that are specific to Jefferson Center, always please feel free to reach out to me or anyone on our team, because we want to make sure that we're able to connect and respond if there are concerns. In terms of funding support, I really have appreciated the support of the City of Lakewood in so many ways. The City of Lakewood supports our crisis and withdrawal management program annually, which is so critical to keeping those programs open and running. Also, the recent support related to supporting those people without insurance who have lost coverage over the past year, a critically important way that we've been able to keep most of our programs up and running over the past year with the support of Lakewood. So very much appreciate all of your support, specifically in the area of supporting people without insurance, which is the largest gap that we're facing right now, both in Colorado and federally. Thank you very much for the question and support.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you again so much for joining us and for everything that you guys do.
Thank you so much. Again, I very much appreciate each and every one of you, and please reach out with questions or concerns or suggestions at any time, and look forward to the ongoing partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. For our second segment this evening on the pavement management program, I will now hand the floor over to Max Kirschbaum, the director of our Public Works Department, to introduce this item and our speakers.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, we have the opportunity to discuss with you our pavement management program that takes care of all the city streets. Specifically, we look forward to the opportunity to talk about some of the concepts, the methods, and the data we use to execute an effective program within the city budget. This evening, I'd like to introduce Justin Rickett, who is the operations manager for Public Works. And I'd like to introduce Brian Harfst, who is streets superintendent, and the two of them will tag team on this presentation this evening. With that, I'll turn it over to Justin.
Thank you, Max, and thank you, Mayor and councilors, for giving us a little bit of your time this evening. And I think I'll try to share my screen real quick. Everybody see that all right?
Yep. Thanks, Justin.
Yep.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you guys again for your time. We do appreciate it. This is something that Brian and myself are very passionate about, taking care of the streets and the roadways for the city of Lakewood. So I'll dive right in to kind of talk about the number of roadways maintained in the city of Lakewood. The Street Maintenance Division provides maintenance on over 1,300 miles of roadway throughout the city, and 63% of those streets are residential neighborhood streets. 28% are collectors, for example, 20th, 26th, Garrison, and 9% are arterials, bigger streets, which are like Alameda, Jewel, and Union. Next, we'll talk about a little bit of the budget. And for right now, our total budget for the Street Maintenance Division is $15.6 million. $2.9 million of that is for in-house services, which includes services and supplies. $12.7 million of that is allocated for our contractor services. Next, we'll talk about maintenance cycle. Our maintenance cycle is something that involves a structured approach to maintaining our streets, which includes routine, preventative, and corrective measures to extend pavement life. For the first time in Lakewood's history, we are implementing a 5-year plan for a resurfacing program, and that's never been done throughout the city, and it's something that Brian and myself are very proud of. And we are implementing that this year, and it's going to help planning for other contractors throughout the city, as well as our traffic engineering group. As you know, bike lanes are coming through the city, and for us to be able to plan that along with them and give them a 5-year outlook, it's going to help them on their planning as well. Throughout the evening, you'll listen to me talk about 6 maintenance programs that are utilized in Lakewood, and a few slides coming, I will kind of dive into those 6 maintenance programs that we utilize. Next, we'll talk about our contract maintenance, where that $12.7 million annually goes for our contractor services. And that money is focused on preserving the maintenance of the city's streets and sidewalks. And as you can see on the pie chart, 55% of our budget is used for our mill and overlay, 26% is used for our concrete restoration, and 15% is used for our preservation program. The first of the 6 maintenance programs that I mentioned earlier that we will discuss this evening is concrete replacement. So for our concrete replacement program, $3 million is allocated to concrete replacement in 2025. Concrete repair and replacement is completed on streets prior to our mill and overlay. We'd like to stay a year ahead of our mill and overlay program for our concrete replacement program. And repair involves basically removing and replacing badly deteriorated sections of curb, gutter, sidewalk, and drainage crossbands. And where feasible, it also includes installing ADA curb ramps. Our sidewalk mitigation program, also known as sidewalk shaving, is what we like to call that. This process involves grinding of those elevation changes in sidewalk. And we can do this in stones that are not showing major deterioration or cracking. And it removes what we like to say trip hazards throughout the city. It's a very cost-effective way of managing that without going into a full remove and replace, which is very expensive. Next, we'll talk about a resurfacing program for a second. This is the biggest allocation that we have of $7.3 million in 2025. This one costs the most, but we see the biggest reward. The contractor will come in with specialized equipment and they'll roto mill the top 1.5 to 2 inch layer of asphalt. And then they'll come in and put a nice new layer of asphalt back down. And essentially it's a brand new street. And we see that, like I said, the cost is big, but we see the highest reward because we see 15 to 20 years out of that newly paved road. As long as we keep up with our rejuvenation and our maintenance on it, we can sometimes see up to 25 years of life expectancy out of that pavement. Next, we'll talk about our crack seal program. I think everybody on the panel here has seen crack seal. It looks like the black snake that's rolling across the street there. It's kind of just what it says, crack seal. Obviously, we put this on any cracks throughout the street. It can accelerate. Basically, what it does is it protects any penetration from water. And as you know, here in Colorado, we'll get a big snow, sun will come out. We get a lot of snow melt. That runoff runs into any cracks that are exposed. And throughout the evening and nighttime hours, we see hard freezes, which obviously expands that asphalt and soil underneath it, which promotes potholing and street failure. If we can stay ahead of this with the crack seal program, it will alleviate and stop the moisture from penetrating into those cracks. If we can stop it at that line, as cheap as crack seal is, it is one of the cheapest and most cost-effective ways of preserving our streets. That's what we want to do. And when we start seeing that cracking, we jump right on it and we get our contractor out to get all the crack seal done. It'll effectively add multiple years to the pavement's life cycle, and it's very cheap. This year, we're allocating, I should say, $500,000 for the crack seal program. Next, we'll talk about asphalt rejuvenation. So our rejuvenation uses a specialized agent to restore the flexibility and durability of aged asphalt. It slows down deterioration. And what the contractor does, as you can see in the photo here, they bring out a tanker truck and they spray the semi-clear penetrating oil down, and it penetrates the top 1/16 of an inch on the pavement, and it makes it more pliable. It's much like putting lotion on a dry hand. It rejuvenates that street so it can have some flexibility and be malleable so it will not become brittle. And because when we start seeing that asphalt become brittle, you start seeing cracking. A lot of alligator cracking follows after that, and then our street will just ravel. Next, we'll talk about our seal coat. So you guys have seen the seal coat process, I'm sure, on some of the neighborhood streets around you. It looks much like a mill and overlay because the street turns nice. It looks like they paint it black, but the seal coat protects against oxidization, weathering, and minor surface distresses. It extends pavement life at a minimal cost. And right now we've got allocated $550,000 in 2025 for this program. And I just want to reiterate, when you guys see this sprayed down, it's at about 0.4 thickness. So it's not a real thick product, but it does protect against oxidization and weathering, which just breaks down the pavement. And it is a very cost-effective way, another tool in our toolbox to extend the life cycle of that pavement. And at this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Brian Harfst to talk about how we determine what streets we focus on and which ones we want to spend that funding on.
Cool. Can everybody hear me all right? Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. Awesome. Great. Thanks, Justin and Max. And then obviously I want to thank the mayor and council members for giving us some time to talk about this. This is kind of my pride and joy. Been here a long time doing this and overseeing this program. So these numbers that we're about to talk about, I really am super happy with and just really excited to be able to share this. As Justin said, I'm going to be really talking about the how, or the when to apply the product, what product to apply and where to apply it, and how we determine that. So first thing, as Justin said, first thing in Lakewood street maintenance history, we've been able to get a consultant on board that has helped us use the ASTM standard, which is American Society for Testing of Materials, to what we call the PCI, Pavement Condition Index, for each piece of our roadway. So again, what this PCI data is going to help us do is just stay above, keep ahead of our preventative maintenance. All these tools in the toolbox that Justin just described is kind of the tools in the toolbox that we are able to use at this time, just to stay ahead of the major failures, the larger full roadway reconstructs, which are just an astronomical price that is put back on the constituents of Lakewood. So really what this PCI data is going to help us do is just stay ahead of it and get ahead of all the major reconstructs. So go ahead, Justin. So how did we collect this data? So again, we hired a consultant who utilizes a 3D imaging technology. So really it's a vehicle that drove every single road in Lakewood and had a camera on top. I'm sure some of you might have seen him driving around. So it captures all this. Several key indicators determine PCI for each road segment. And when I say indicators, I'm really talking about distress types. So your potholes, your alligator cracking, your block cracking, oxidation that Justin talked about, all the things that are alleviated by these tools in our toolbox are evaluated. And then the pavement evaluation data is from intersection to intersection when the consultant is out doing this. So you could have an intersection as small as just a stop time to stop sign in your residential areas, or you could have a segment as large as Alameda.
And tell you goodbye, I don't want you, I don't need you, I don't love you anymore. And I'd walk out that door, you'd be down on your knees, you'd be calling to me. But a tower of a strength is a something I'd walk out that door. You'd be down on your knees. You'd be calling to me. But a tower of a strength is a something I'll never be.
Man, dig that crazy chick.
Who wears short shorts?
We wear short shorts.
They're such short shorts.
We like short shorts.
Who wears short shorts?
We wear short shorts.
Who wears short shorts?
We wear short shorts.
They're such short shorts.
We like short shorts.
Who wears short shorts?
We wear short shorts.
Who wears short shorts?
We wear short shorts.
They're such short shorts.
We like short shorts.
Who wears short shorts?
We wear short shorts.
Round, round, get around, I get around, yeah, get around, round, round, I get around, I get around, round, 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 I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around. I'm getting bugged driving up and down the same old strip. I gotta find a new place where the kids are hip. My buddies and me, you're getting real well known. Yeah, the bad guys know us and they leave us alone. I get around, round, 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 I get around. Get around, round, round, I get around. Get around, round, round, I get around. Get around, round, round, I get around. I get around. Get around, round, round. We always take my car 'cause it's never been beat, and we've never missed yet with the girls we meet. None of the guys go steady 'cause it wouldn't be right to leave your best girl home on a Saturday night. I get around, round, 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 I get around. Get around, round, round, I get around. Get around, round, round, I get around. Get around, round, round, I get around. I get around. Round, round, get around. I get around. Yeah, get around, round, round, I get around. Get around, round, round, I get around. Get around, round, round, I get around.
why I love you.
When a man loves a woman, can't keep his mind on nothing else. He changed the world for the good thing he's found. If she is bad, he can see it. She can do no wrong. Turning back on his best friend if he put her down. When a man loves a woman, spend his very last dime, trying to hold on to what he needs. He give up all his comforts and sleep out in the rain. If she said that's the way it ought to be. Well, this man loves a woman. I gave you everything I had, trying to hold on to your chocolate love. Baby, please don't treat me bad. When a man loves a woman, down deep in his soul, she can bring him such misery.
We might see if we were able to eliminate 2 or 3 of those days and just have one garbage truck going down the street. Thank you.
Yeah, that's Justin, Max, you good? I would say that is nail on the head. What we've been preaching for my 15 years here is, in the 70s, Lakewood's roads were all basically built with no Amazon packages, very rarely used for UPS, and like you said, very rarely used one trash service, maybe 2. Now we're seeing, when we're paving a road, there's a trash guy every single day. You got Amazon deliveries, you got UPS deliveries, all that is contributing to, when you have a road that was built, for moderate to light residential traffic. We're starting to see more and more failures, more and more patching after the mill and overlay. So we try to, again, that was part of the preventative maintenance, not so much a full reconstruct, but when we mill and overlay, we're trying, if we're hitting dirt for 50, 80 yards, we'll have the contractor go down, dig down, put the thickness of the pavement layer that should be there ahead of time. And just, that way we're not back in there in 6 months. But the other contributing factor is the household vehicles. Most vehicles before my time, most people only had 1 or 2 cars, 2 at the most at a household. Now we're seeing 5, 6, 7. So that's a huge contributing factor too.
Councilor Sinks, if I could add a comment about garbage trucks in specific. Several years ago, City Council did consider and discuss the idea of going to a single provider trash hauler that did not advance. One of the arguments at that time was the obvious benefit for fewer heavy trucks, especially on our residential streets where we tend, as Brian pointed out, we tend to spend less per unit on our residential streets than we do on our collector and arterial streets. So that would always be a consideration if that topic were to arise. One thing that we have been able to do within our own program is Justin and Brian are constantly, because we are involved with 2 different regional and state level agencies for asphalt pavement management, we are always looking at the at the asphalt mix, and the mix that we presently use is called SMA. It's a little bit more expensive than some mixes are, but it has superior qualities for durability, flexibility, and drainage. So, I mean, that's something that we were able to do without pulling trucks off the road.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Cruz.
Thank you. It's been helpful to learn about all of these new pieces that you all have so much expertise in. So thank you. I had two probably brief questions. One, I was curious with kind of your modeling of the kind of quality of the roads dropping down. So since that's like a weighted average from the model, is it more like equally distributed worsening or is it like driven by any extremes and any things that might be more expensive to maintain? I was just kind of like curious what factors were driving kind of that decrease in the quality of the roads.
That's a great question. And with our consultant that looks at these streets with the equipment that they drive our program with the data that they provide us now. It's not just an inspector going out with oh, this looks bad, this looks bad. We've actually got real data-driven decisions that are driving our funding. And I think the big point that Brian hit on was obviously with the budget allowance that we have, and you see that number dropping slowly, we can't pinpoint today what it's going to look like in 5 years. But with that modeling, it's telling us somewhere along the lines, if budget doesn't increase, we are going to see it trending down over that timeline. So it's driven by budget. They know our budget, our consultant. They know what our streets look like. They know what they're rated. They know what we're doing this year, what we have planned this year for restoration and preventative maintenance. So they've got all those calculations and they're providing us that data. And that's where that number comes from in 2029, if I'm not mistaken, is what they were looking at. And that is if we don't see any increases in the budget. Obviously, by that time, we may see increases. We don't know today, but with the industry standards of the way prices are rising, materials are getting more expensive, labor's more expensive, insurance is more expensive for our contractors. That's the way it's driving right now. We're going to do everything in our power to avoid that decline because we want to keep our ratings up high because we're very passionate and proud of that. But it's a really tough battle.
Thanks. Helpful to understand. And then my second question for you all, I really appreciate kind of the mention of multimodal and thinking about how this plan feeds into that. I'm curious just to learn a little bit more about how kind of that 5-year plan will play into things like the bike plan or kind of creating kind of a more connected network. Because I know part of it is like the lane narrowing and other pieces, but just kind of curious what factors you all are taking into account to help kind of complete that picture from bike lanes to the ADA curb cuts, et cetera.
Yeah, we're working super close with traffic engineering. We've developed our 5-year plan. I know Jenny Gritton and Mike Whitaker have their plan. I work with Jenny at least once a week, trying to sit down, getting on board, whether it's snow plowing them, sweeping them, install new lanes. We're really working hand in hand. Now, not to say that there's going to be times where they want to put one in and, hey, we're just not paving that road right now. You know, we really try to avoid that, but there's going to be times where we have that. But there's also going to be times where we can adjust our schedule. Unfortunately, roads deteriorate over the course of 2 to 5 to 8 years more than others. So we could have a plan in place with Mike and his team, and then we could have a shift where, hey, this road's actually worse. We need to get over here before we're doing a full reconstruct. And he understands that, and I think Jenny does too. But we're aligning really well with where Jenny wants to be, what she wants to get done, and those sort of things. I think we're on the right step. This 5-year plan really is assisting in that.
That's helpful. That just gave me one extra question, and then I will end my questions. How does because I know, for instance, like with Google Fiber and everything going in, right? I know that like some of those changes to the roads don't impact like a car as much as they might impact like what it looks like to bike on that street. And so I'm just like curious how the quality like based by road user plays into some of this maintenance work that you do.
Google Fiber is a challenge in its own. There's so many places at once, and they're moving so quickly. We're really, like I said, the 5-year plan is going to assist in that as well. But as far as the multimodal and the bike constituents, it's really a challenge because their processes aren't what we like to call up to snuff for our department. So I know that's really been a challenge. So anytime we can get them in front of our overlay and then we can cover it with a nice new mat is what we're trying to do.
All right, any other questions? All right, well, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us to impart all of that wisdom. We had two good presentations this evening, learning more about services provided around our community, and not the least of which being the importance of driving around. If only we could get CDOT to adopt some of these practices on state highways, that would be great. So thank you, everybody, for all three of you for joining us and the work that went into your presentation tonight.
Thank you all. We really appreciate the time.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Much appreciated.
All right. And for our next presentation, we will transition over to the Department of Sustainability and Community Development branch. And with that, I will hand the floor over to our director, Travis Parker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. 2 presentations down, 2 to go. So tonight we'll have a presentation and a discussion on the comp plan process, which has been going on for a couple of years. And then we'll have another presentation and discussion on the zoning code, which has been developed in conjunction with the comprehensive plan. So starting tonight, I'd like to introduce Roger Wadnell and Christy Ivanoff to present on the comprehensive plan.
Great. Thanks, Travis. Can you all hear me?
We can.
You can. Okay. Christy, maybe you can pull up the presentation. We're really glad to be here. This comprehensive plan, which is called Envision Lakewood 2040. It's really been a 2-year plus process, and we being the staff team and really representing the entire organization have really strived to make this plan not just a planning or sustainability and community development plan, but to engage and make this plan represent and become the vision for the whole city, for the city organization, as well as the city itself. So Christy will get into a lot of detail in terms of the outreach and that sort of thing. But really the overall thinking is this is the community's plan. It doesn't come along very often, every 10 to 15 years. And one of the reasons it's 15 years, it does take a lot of resources to bring forward a plan like this. So we are going to kind of give you an overview. Some of this is pretty basic for those of you that have been involved in the plan, but we want to, kind of speak to everyone that's interested and talk about where we are and where we're going in the next few months and within the next several years. So with that, again, as Travis mentioned, there really will be 2 presentations and discussions. The comprehensive plan first, a presentation and discussion, and then there'll be a discussion on the zoning ordinance update as well. And we emphasize this all the time. The comprehensive plan is advisory, not regulatory, although and the zoning ordinance is regulatory. It's kind of basic, but it's really an important concept for everyone to continue to keep in mind. Go to the next slide. So we're going to talk about the planning process and timeline. We'll kind of give an overview of the community engagement process, which again has been very extensive. Talk about the draft components, and then what happens to adoption and through adoption and into the future. So that's kind of the format of our discussion. Again, the timeline, and I'll talk about this a little bit. And again, the comprehensive plan is a long-term vision. Some plans are, 10 to 15 years. This one, really, we're looking at a 15-year time frame. And it's a vision of the community's vision, really, and how that vision is obtained or realized are through overall goals, specific strategies, and policies. And the comprehensive plan really is used not only by the organization, but by the community itself, and has policies on land use, housing, transportation, climate action, neighborhood vitality, equity. So it's really wide ranging, and it is a big challenge really for the community to take on to give the direction for the next 15 years. We'll go to the next one. So really, since Lakewood was incorporated in 1969, there have been 4 comprehensive plans. You can kind of see the time frame is roughly 10 to 15 years. And the last one is in 2015. It was really Lakewood 2025. So it's definitely has been time to develop the next plan. Why don't we go to the following slide? And just want to kind of talk about the timeline. Really started very early back in late 2022. The first phase was really internal. We looked at best practices, what resources. We did a lot of outreach internally with the organization. Had what we call a listening tour of all the different departments to understand their perspectives of the comprehensive plan, how they use it, how they could use it better, how it could be more effective within the organization. And that was kind of the first step. And then the second step was the public is developing the plan and really reaching out to the public. And there's an extensive public engagement. Christy will talk about that in a bit. The advisory groups were very much important in terms of being a sounding board for a lot of the policies and a lot of the focus of the plan. So that was a very active stage of the plan that occurred last summer and last fall. And then we're in the phase of refining and adopting the plan. The plan went to Planning Commission study session on February 19th of this year to kick off that phase. And we are here to present and talk about the plan and continue to refine it through the adoption process. And then plan implementation, and Christy will talk about this as well, really begins when the plan is adopted, and that sets the framework for how it gets implemented over the next several years. So it's really something that doesn't happen very often. And we really want to get it right in terms of what is the vision for the community and how do we get there. And with that, I'll turn it over to Christy Ivanhoff to really talk about community engagement and some of the key concepts of the plan.
Hello. Again, my name is Christy Ivanhoff, and I'm a senior planner with the Comprehensive Planning Division. Tonight, I'm excited to share a brief summary of the engagement process and the draft elements of the comprehensive plan that are a direct result from all of the engagement feedback and input. So I'll first begin with a recap of the engagement process. Phase 2 develop the plan occurred throughout last year and involved ongoing coordination and collaboration with staff across the city, as well as extensive community engagement, support from 2 consultants, MIG and CDR Associates, and feedback from Planning Commission and City Council. To spread the word about the project and get as many community members involved in the process as possible, the project team attended community meetings, hosted open houses, collected feedback through 2 surveys, reached out to the Spanish-speaking community in Lakewood, met people where they were at through pop-up events, and kept subscribers informed about updates and ways to participate through the project website, project newsletter, and all other city channels. Thank you to the thousands of community members who have participated in this process by sharing your stories and perspectives on comp plan topics, providing specific feedback through surveys, subscribing to the newsletter, attending events, and more. In addition to these broad community-wide engagement activities, 3 city council appointed volunteer advisory groups were formed to have in-depth conversations with community members, planning commissioners, staff, and consultants about the vision, goals, and policy direction for the updated comprehensive plan. The 3 advisory groups were organized by topics. The first group was called Community and Quality of Life. The second group, Housing and Economy. And the third group, Transportation, Free Infrastructure, and Systems. Members were appointed by the Community Engagement Ad Hoc City Council Committee through an application and selection process in May of last year. These Lakewood residents who volunteered to serve on the advisory groups have dedicated approximately 1,000 hours collectively to attend 10 advisory group meetings and 3 optional virtual sessions throughout last year, reviewing, discussing, and refining several iterations of the comprehensive plan drafts. The photo shot on this slide was taken during our November land use workshop with all 3 advisory groups. Not every member, though, is shown in this picture. We would also like to extend a big thank you to each advisory group member for reviewing the materials before the meetings, actively participating during the meetings, spreading the word about the project, and helping with community-wide events. Their time, thoughtfulness, and dedication to this process has ensured that the comprehensive plan drafts are reflective of the diverse perspectives of our community. And thank you also to the planning commissioners who are part of the advisory groups as well as staff and consultants, CDR Associates, and MIG who supported and contributed throughout the process. And this slide shows some of the engagement numbers as a snapshot. For example, 85,000 postcards were mailed out with the Vision and Values Survey at the beginning of last year, resulting in over 92,000 words of feedback. And 40 hours of dedicated outreach with the Spanish-speaking community was also done. The comprehensive plan drafts presented tonight are a direct result of the input, stories, and diverse perspectives gathered throughout the engagement process. These drafts reflect the thoughtfulness and dedication of advisory members, staff, and consultants, and I'm excited to provide an overview of the key elements in the following slides. The comprehensive plan draft has been developed again over the last 2 years based on input from several groups, including the advisory group members, community members, staff, consultants, technical information such as data and existing conditions, other city plans and regulations, City Council specifically through Resolution 2024-62, and Planning Commission by participating in the advisory group process. The plan draft shared for tonight's meeting is structured around 3 main elements. The first element is the vision elements, which includes the vision statement, guiding principles, goals, and strategies. Second element are the future land use elements, which include the future land use map and 9 future land use categories. And the third element is the glossary. Before we discuss each element in more detail in the next slides, it is important to note the difference between the current draft shared with City Council now compared to the version that will be shared as part of the public hearings. The current draft includes just the policy text of these elements, which create the foundation of the plan. The formatted draft will include the final policy text based on feedback during these study sessions, as well as formatting, images, and supplemental narrative. The first of the foundational elements is the draft vision elements, which include the vision statement, 5 guiding principles, 25 goals, and 160 strategies. Together, these define the vision, goals, and priorities for the city over the next 15 years. The vision statement shown on the side is a concise aspirational statement that articulates the desired future for Lakewood by describing the high-level vision and values for the city over the next 15 years. The draft vision statement is Lakewood is a welcoming, safe, inclusive, sustainable, and innovative community with thriving neighborhoods, attainable housing, economic opportunity, inspiring parks, and vibrant cultural amenities. Guiding principles expand on the vision statement by outlining 5 core values that guide all decisions related to implementing the plan. The guiding principles provide formal statements that commit the comprehensive plan and its implementation to furthering these values, promoting that every decision and action be taken with these in mind. These principles are also reflected throughout all components of the comprehensive plan. The 5 principles include equity, sustainability and climate action, community wellness and vitality, opportunity and mobility, and civic participation. Stepping down to the next 2 levels are goals and strategies. Goals are statements of desired high-level outcomes by 2040. They are intended to be as clear as possible so that we as a city know what we are working to accomplish. There are currently 25 draft goals. Strategies outline specific vetted approaches to achieve the comprehensive plan goals. Because of the interconnected nature of many goals, each strategy is designed to support implementation of one or more goals, serving as a roadmap to guide actions and decisions within the city. There are currently 160 draft strategies. It is important to clarify that the current strategy numbering is based on the drafting process and will be cleaned up for the formatted version of the plan. For example, there are 160 strategies, but some strategies are still currently numbered 165, 167, 170, and so on. This is a result of the refinement and consolidation during the process, and the final number the final version will include strategy numbers above, will not include strategy numbers above the total number of strategies. The relationship between the goals and the strategies is also different from the last comprehensive plan. In 2015, the comprehensive plan, each goal had a set number of action steps that were only listed to support that one goal. This updated plan uses a different approach that addresses the interconnected nature of the plan topics. This means that many of the strategies will be repeated under several goals, and this is intentional. The vision elements are then reinforced and geographically mapped through the future land use elements, which is the second core element of the plan. This includes the draft future land use map and 9 future land use categories. Together, these provide guidance for future land use patterns in the city and inform the zoning ordinance update, which will be the focus of the next presentation and discussion tonight. The 9 future land use categories include community hub, neighborhood hub, community corridor, neighborhood corridor, low form residential, mid form residential, campus, production and innovation, and parks and open space. The community hub, neighborhood hub, community corridor, and neighborhood corridor categories provide guidance on the spatial arrangement of the mixed use and commercial areas with the nodal hubs and the linear corridors. The scale of the market service areas is also incorporated with the use of community and neighborhood. The 2 residential categories, low form residential and mid form residential, correspond approximately to residential scale and density. These take into account the recent state laws and directly inform the zoning ordinance updates. So that was a very high level overview of the comprehensive plan drafts. The full versions were attached with the meeting materials for tonight. Together, these drafts articulate the shared vision, values, and priorities of Lakewood, and these also closely align with the intentions and top policy priorities City Council outlined in Resolution 2024-62. The resolution listed 6 intentions for the comprehensive plan. These are repeated on the slide here. The full statement read that the updated comprehensive plan will adopt land use policies and development consistent with the following: creation of affordable, attainable, and more inclusionary housing, a greater housing diversity, incorporate mixed-use development that supports and expands more walkable and bikeable neighborhoods. The 4th, prioritize environmental and energy sustainability in land use development, prioritizing conserving water usage in both existing and future land use development and infrastructure. And the 6th, continue to make vital investments in our local quality of life by investing in our parks and open spaces. All 6 of these intentions are explicitly evident in the draft vision elements and the draft future land use elements. For example, the 2 housing-related policies identified in the resolution are creation of affordable, attainable, and more inclusionary housing and a greater housing diversity. These are both directly addressed under Goal 14, a diverse, affordable, and accessible housing market. There are 19 strategies that support this goal and align with these council priorities. For example, Strategy 83 is about diversity of housing types, and Strategy 77 is about affordable housing production and preservation. In the remaining slides, I will share the next steps for the adoption process in phase 3 and the implementation in phase 4. So as Roger mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, the Planning Commission meeting on February 19th kicked off phase 3 of this process. This phase involves a series of study sessions and public hearings with both Planning Commission and City Council. The focus of these study sessions is to get final feedback on the draft vision elements, future land use elements, and glossary before they are incorporated into the fully formatted version of the plan. The formatted version of the plan, again, will include the final policy text based on the feedback during these study sessions, as well as formatting images and supplemental narrative. This will be shared as part of the materials submitted for the public hearings scheduled for April 9th and April 23rd with Planning Commission and May 12th with City Council. After the comprehensive plan is adopted, phase 4, implement the plan, will begin, and this phase will continue throughout the lifespan of the plan. The implementation phase is an incredibly important part of this process. After the comprehensive plan is adopted, we will be developing a meaningful, useful, and efficient way to track and measure the city's progress of the plan over the next 15 years. It is important to clarify that incorporating data and metrics into the implementation tracking for the comprehensive plan is new for Lakewood and comprehensive plans in general. The previous 2015 plan only relied on one metric: how many action steps were completed. This proved to be a very tricky measurement because many of the action steps were written as ongoing, which meant that the work could not be marked as complete. So this was not a meaningful way to gauge progress, and we have learned that there is a lot of value in incorporating science-based metrics into this updated comprehensive plan implementation. But this needs to be done thoughtfully and holistically. There have been a lot of questions about implementation from survey responses, advisory group members, and Planning Commission. And many of these questions are directly related to what happens to the sustainability plan metrics and targets. The plan is to incorporate many of these into the comprehensive plan implementation framework, but other topics such as housing, homelessness, arts, parks and recreation, transportation, and safety, to name a few, are also a part of the comprehensive plan, and thought needs to go into what metrics could be used for these goals. Some goals and topics are more qualitative than quantitative, and we don't want to just add in metrics just to add in metrics. We need to understand what data we can consistently track, what data is staff already tracking routinely, what data is important to start tracking, what metrics are already part of other city plans, and what are regional metrics related to these topics. So staff will be working through all these questions and more after the plan is adopted throughout this summer and fall. A component of the implementation strategy may also be brought forward for adoption later this year. And with that, that concludes the presentation. Thank you again to everyone who's been a part of this process and for City Council for the opportunity to present.
Thank you so much to both of you. And we will start our questions off with Mayor Pro Tem Shahrazai.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Ivanov, I think you just answered this, but there was a question in public comment just around the sustainability metrics that have been recommended through the Planning Commission and maybe members of the comprehensive plan advisory groups. Is it meant that we can expect to see those metrics when the implementation plan is delivered, or will those metrics be included in the plan?
Yes, I can speak to it, and then other staff, please jump in. The plan is to incorporate those metrics after the plan is adopted into the implementation framework that will guide us for the next 15 years.
Great. And sorry if I missed this, but so we're getting close to being ready to approve and adopt, or whatever that process looks like. How far removed then would be the process from that approval to have the implementation plan?
So
like, are those things in parallel, I guess?
So we're already starting to have those conversations internally, but we will officially be starting once the comprehensive plan is adopted. So if it's adopted in May officially, then we would begin diving into the full details of the implementation plan and annual tracking this summer and fall, potentially with bringing forward a component of that to City Council and Planning Commission for adoption of the implementation strategy.
Okay, so that would be a separate document that we would also take a look at. Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comp plan, or shall we transition to the very exciting topic of zoning update? Councilor Lowe.
Yeah, can I just ask a process question? This is an incredibly impressive piece of work, so thanks for the immense amount of work that went into it, which you all did your best to summarize in this presentation. Really a lot of great stuff in here. I think it speaks for itself. To the extent that those of us in council have any, in the scheme of things, I suspect, not major wordsmithing to a couple of the bullets or strategies. Are we meant to raise that now or at the public hearing in May, or like what is the process by which any wordsmithing from council is going to happen between now and a resolution that finalizes this in May?
I'll jump in on that one. I think we'd like to hear that sooner than later. If you have specifics, it would be great to hear, what those might be, rather than wait later on in the process. You can bring that forward, in a however you'd like, but I would suggest sooner than later.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I kind of suspect that that now is maybe just from a process perspective not the best, because we've got a lot packed onto this agenda. We've got 78 pages of bullets, and I'm a little worried if we start offering feedback now, everyone is this is not gonna go in a productive direction. But I also take your point that waiting until the final resolution in May is not a good idea. So can someone either advise us now or later on like the best way to provide that feedback?
And maybe Travis can jump in, but it doesn't have to be at this meeting, but maybe within a week or two, if you had text suggestions and that sort of thing, you could bring them forward and we could, look at them.
Agreed. If the fear is that going through it bullet by bullet tonight will make the meeting too long, I think, we'd be more than happy to take, emailed comments from council over the coming weeks.
Great. Happy to do that. I'm going to name one thing that I think is big picture enough to be worth naming. There's a lot of great content in here that, made me repeatedly sort of cheer and be enthused and be excited to adopt this plan. If I was going to make one sort of macro comment, I think on the goal number 5 around homelessness and goal number 14 around housing, I would love to see at least one strategy that just a little bit more explicitly and directly basically says, increase the supply of permanent supportive housing, dedicated housing in Lakewood for folks who are homeless, for folks who are unhoused. There's some strategies that are very adjacent to that talk about prevention, that talk about coordination, that talk about data strategies. It just seems, given all the conversations we have, it seems fitting to me to have at least one strategy in there that says increase the supply of dedicated permanent supportive housing, dedicated housing for folks who are unhoused. And I guess in a similar vein, there are like 5 or 6 strategies under Goal 14 around affordable housing that I think are very aligned with increasing affordable housing. That's great. My 2 cents is I think it would also make sense to have a strategy that says, and increase the supply of housing writ large. You know, yes to the more diverse housing, that's great, that's in there. Yes to more affordable housing, that's great, that's in there. But I think just generally, increased supply of housing, right, is because, you know, there's so much evidence that is actually one of the ways to make housing more attainable and affordable over time. So I'm happy to provide that in writing, but that was the one sort of big picture thing that jumped out at me when I reviewed this draft.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Hey, I have a question for you, a process question actually relating to that. Those are beyond wordsmithing, and I'm curious about the level of appropriateness of us adding strategies, because it sounded like it was really a community-centered approach to coming up with those. Are we, as councils, going through these and wanting to look at, you know, what maybe refinements we want to make? Do we want to be adding strategies, or is that ship for the community members that participated in the program?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess that was the other piece of my question, frankly. So thanks for making that explicitly a question.
In the dark here. I think that council can, you know, certainly add whatever they choose, but I would hope that we could kind of edit and refine some of the strategies to incorporate, Councilor, some of the point that you just made. We certainly could add strategies. I would like to take a first look at seeing if we could refine the goals or strategies that are currently in the plan to accomplish what you've described. But certainly, if you could submit some, some detailed language, that would certainly help us in crafting that. I don't know if that answered your question. I think we'd try to look at what the existing goals and strategies, as the mayor stated, that has been the result of especially a year and a half worth of work, and a lot of it with the advisory groups that reflected the community's vision. So if we can accomplish that with the existing goals and strategies, that would probably be the first thing. But if it's really essential to add an additional goal, that's certainly a possibility as well.
Ms. Hudson?
I would just like to add that this really has been a product of a really great deal of public feedback. And because of that, and because this is really the first time all of council, as well as the public, has heard kind of the culmination of all of that work, depending on the rest of the feedback and the questions from the rest of council, we have options. If you want to delay this a couple weeks and have another workshop where you're talking to each other, you can do this. Remember, this is a document that we're expecting to live for another 15 years. So want to be really thoughtful about making sure this is really going to stand the test of time to the extent that we can forecast that. So having said that, I know staff is anxious to get this done and start working on implementation. But if City Council wants to have more time, now that the public's really heard kind of the grand overview, we can do that. We can schedule a workshop or another study session or whatever you need. So I don't want you to feel like you're really rushed tonight because of the packed agenda. So for what that's worth.
Okay, thank you. So maybe what I'll do, we've got a number of hands up with some questions that I know are not necessarily related to this. So I wrote this down. What we'll do, we'll go through all of our questions and then we'll circle back to how council wants to move forward on this particular element, making it clear that while we're talking tonight about the comp plan and the zoning update, they are still two separate things. The timing is just very similar right now. So as we're looking at follow-up future steps, we're talking about follow-up future steps or comp plan, and then separately in our next conversation, follow-up future steps that are zoning specific. So with that, Councilor Lowe, did you have any more questions or were you done? You're done. Okay, perfect. Councilor Mayotte Guerrero and then Councilor Cruz.
I do think that my questions were related actually to process, and I think for me, I have a lot more sort of concern about where we're at with zoning, but I think overall, some of my questions are about whether, like, how much we foresee any of these the goals and strategies that are already written being shifted. I know that there's a little bit of additional work happening, but that for the most part, it seems like we're to a point where these are the strategies that we're going to have. Again, City Council might have some process to give feedback to those, but I just want to clarify that, like, the elements that we're seeing this evening in the draft are at least pretty close to the final, to what we expect to be in the final formatted version. You had that like screen with comparing the elements, and it seemed to be what you were saying, but I want to just make sure that that's true.
I can jump in and answer that. Yes. Thanks for that question. So what we shared with you tonight is like the Word document raw version of the text. And so what we're planning, or what we're actively preparing for the public hearings, is a fully formatted, designed version that integrates, some supplemental narrative, and there's going to be table contents, and there's going to be different chapters, and then also images. So
great. That did seem relatively clear, but that's been like the majority of questions that I've been getting on process, is kind of on both zoning and comp plan, like those components. And I think that I would say, like, both with the comprehensive plan and with the zoning plan, I'm really interested in how we can create like a process where we can have our questions or suggestions be as transparent as possible for all of us counselors and the public. So whether that ends up being sort of like one process, like whatever makes sense on the staff and logistical and building end is okay with me. But I think to the point that Mayor Strawn brought up, Councilor Lowe's suggestion is perhaps a good one, but to me is actually significantly different than any of the strategies that I see currently written. So that is one example that if that sort of made its way through as like wordsmithing or reviewing or editing versus real policy discussion and voting, I think that that's actually relatively controversial. And so I think that all of us probably have some similar levels of notion. And so whatever that process is, I want to make sure from the final version with the images, with the right page numbers, etc., so that the public, it's easy for them to follow along with us. It's easier for us to follow our own thinking, that we're able, I'm thinking probably something somewhat like what happens with the budget, where we're able to submit those questions and those answers are posted or sent out in some way, as at least for the larger ones and the larger points of discussion. And then overall, I also wanted to just share, like, I think this amount of public engagement and work is really incredible. And I know particularly from a Ward 2 perspective, I've gotten a lot of really positive feedback from people who this is something that they ended up being really seriously involved in and tracking as one of the first things that they were really seriously involved in and tracking within the city. And I think that that's a wonderful sign in terms of the level of accessibility you all made, particularly when you started that a couple of years ago, and the way that you sort of built those representative champions and local experts up within that process, and were able to give enough information for meaningful input from people who definitely know like what their experiences are. But it can sometimes be hard to navigate a complex process like this to actually make their voices heard. So I've just heard a lot of really positive things about that whole process. And I want to say a huge shout out and thank you. I know that it is long and ongoing, and also really different than the last time, as you talked about this evening and I've talked about before. And I'm really excited about it. I think I have more substantive questions in the zoning component that like sort of builds from the comprehensive plan process. But in that spirit, I do want to echo, I think, what Mayor Strom was saying at least a bit, or maybe I'm just putting a finer point for my own use, which is that amount of public input, that amount of stakeholding. I will do my best to have lots of questions, but not as much specific feedback as I maybe would otherwise, in an effort to really like trust the community-driven process here and the community-driven vision that we are hopefully resulting in. Thank you.
Mr. Cruz.
Thanks. And definitely want to start by echoing what my co-counselor, and I know probably all of us will share, that I have really appreciated seeing this, evolve over the last year, 2 years. I feel like the way you all have done this has been very responsive. And, the feedback I've been getting about folks who are involved in the work groups and folks who have been engaged comes from lots of people who don't always agree on things, but can agree that they've felt well engaged in many parts of this process. And so that is truly a feat. And so I do want to celebrate that alongside all of my counselors and you all. And so really excited to kind of see where the rubber's meeting the road. And so just like a couple of high level questions, and we'll follow up with more like concrete feedback on some of them. So I wanted to get a little bit more clarity. Like, I totally appreciate that the intention and agree with the intention that some of this, like the strategies and the goals don't always don't align with they align with multiple categories of work. And I also think that not having them totally track to a overarching goal can make it hard to kind of see where in the vision some of these pieces are, particularly since there are so many goals. And so I'm kind of wondering what the vision is for making it understandable for folks where some of these goals are fitting into this larger vision.
I can try and
Yeah, Kristen.
Yeah, I can jump in. Well, first of all, we will, as part of the next phase of the plan, we will have a section on strategies that will list the strategies numerically, and it'll also show which goal they are listed under as either a primary strategy or a supporting strategy. So I do think that that'll be helpful in kind of tracking like where the strategies are showing up in the different goals. And that will feed into our implementation framework in the next phase. The other piece I wanted to mention or just reiterate is that under each goal, there are a list of strategies are organized by primary, and they're also organized by supporting. So the primary strategies are typically the strategies that originated under that goal. So we could kind of consider those as being like the main strategies. But then the supporting strategies kind of bring in strategies from other goals to show that interconnected nature of these topics. And so we will be, I think your question is related to implementation and how we're going to track it.
Sort of, but honestly, mostly just to understand where the vision meets the goals, meets the strategies, both primary and supporting, like within the document. And then I think that leads into the implementation piece.
Like where the vision statement, like where that comes into play with the goals and the strategies, or?
Yeah, like I think, at least for me, with I think what we're at, like 25 goals, just like, and then there's the great, I think, vision statements. And so I found myself just wanting to kind of better understand where all of these pieces fit in and how the goals kind of fit together within some of these larger vision categories. And then that's kind of multiplied by the strategies. And so sort of like how all of the parts become the whole is maybe my question with regard to the structure of the document.
Maybe I can talk about that a little bit. There's the vision statement. And then the guiding principles really are, as Christy mentioned, kind of a guiding for all of the goals and strategies. They kind of fill, they're important concepts that deal with kind of keep in mind when writing the goals and when writing the strategies. And then getting to the 25 goals, One of the things that, we saw immediately when we started this process is how interrelated things are. Let's just say homelessness. It's something that the Parks Department deals with, something that the Housing Division deals with. So, goals and strategies and implementing them are interrelated. So, we saw that at the beginning, and it was very, very evident. And as Christy mentioned, it's different than the last comp plan, where it was more linear. Here's a goal, here's a strategy. But I think under the goals, and I'm hoping I'm helping this out a little bit. The primary strategies are key. The secondary are important as well because they show the connections. They show the connections between, the court, for example, enhanced corridors, and affordable housing, and to really show those connections. So I think we're going to have to, when developing the implementation process, to really take a close look at all of them. But I think we would probably start with the key strategies that fit under the goals, and then to look under the related ones. Does that answer your question at all? I'm trying to tie the whole thing together a little bit.
Totally. And I think maybe, and I'll keep thinking on this, because I totally get and see where the not mapping all of these things linearly leads into making us work with how the city actually works and with how people experience things. And I know I'm going to get questions of, okay, you have this vision for sustainability. What does that mean? And so which goals is that? And I think that some of that is obvious and some of that is less obvious. And so I'm just kind of trying to think about how we paint this picture for folks. And so maybe I'll just continue to think on what might be helpful in doing that with the organization.
And just to add one more thing with the implementation, I think we need to be, and Christy mentioned this as well too, we need to be really thoughtful on what's meaningful to measure, how to measure it, and what resources we have to do that. So that's why it really needs to be a thoughtful approach that some things can't be measured at qualitative, and that's totally appropriate as well. But that's where we need to put a lot of thought into, the implementation and what's going to be measured and how it's going to be measured as well. So that's kind of talking about the next step.
I can also jump in and add one more thing too that maybe gets to your question. It sounds like you're referring to the guiding principles, which we have had questions as we've gone through the process and with advisory group members. The guiding principles, so it starts out the vision statement, and that's the core that really drives all the other elements. And then we go to the guiding principles, and there are 5 of them. And we could consider these as lenses. We can look at, equity as one guiding principle. In every single goal and potentially strategy, we could look at them. We could look at equity as a lens. Same with the other 4 guiding principles. Sustainability is another guiding principle, sustainability, climate action. And so the guiding principles are more lenses. So there's not going to be they could apply to all of the goals and strategies. And that will probably be a little bit more evident once we start working on the implementation structure. And then we go down to the goal level, which are in some ways more detailed extensions of the vision statement as they relate to their various topics. So these are kind of vision statements for the various topics. And then we drop down to the strategy level, which are going to be a little bit more specific and the most specific within the set of the vision.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you all going on that journey with me. I'll ask one other question and then I'll go back to the back of the line with some of my other questions. But I am curious. I think when I was listening to kind of the Planning Commission meeting, and also I think relates to the public comment that we got on Lakewood Speaks, I think there is a kind of ask, it seemed like from the planning commissioners, that I would also share for some of the goals, particularly I think related around homelessness, around sustainability. I would add around transportation. Thinking like if we're going to make these broad goal statements, do we want to consider eliminating homelessness rather than reducing homelessness? Thinking about going to net zero in our emissions by 2050, right? Like all of those pieces, rather than some of the kind of more moderated goals around some of these things that folks have expressed in the community. And so with that, and then also I think related to like reducing crashes, I would argue for, like trying to eliminate deaths. And maybe some of these things aren't fully attainable. I don't know. We could have kind of a debate around whether we want to put more broad statements or things that we think are super attainable. But I want us to think kind of, to some of those more high level goals on those, and would advocate for that. And I know that was something that came up in that conversation in Planning Commission. So I just wanted to elevate that.
Councilor Nystrom.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Yay. Figures. Everything worked all day long, and then I get on the call and it tanks. And Christy, all I can say is from when you came to the ward meeting last year and then probably went to 1 million of them, how many sticky notes you boiled this down to this document? It's pretty impressive. There's probably millions of sticky notes. I hope you recycled them, but yeah, a lot of work. I got I got a bunch of questions, but some of them are more centered around the zoning amendments. But I guess my question is, one of them was the future land use map. Is there, how do I phrase this appropriately? Is there going to be a mapping or a tie-in or something where we're using the zoning changes kind of overlaid on this map, or to clarify, some of the descriptions on the future land use, because people are finding this confusing and there's not a lot of clarity in their minds about that. Does that, first of all, does that make sense?
I can jump in, and then maybe Travis and Roger can also help in. So the question is there going to be more clarity around the future land use map categories, or there's just confusion around those categories?
Yeah, and I guess how those categories tie to zoning, because based on what I can see, there's some proposed significant changes, and I'm not sure that people are tracking that.
Christy, I didn't know if you wanted to start, but yeah, I mean, the categories we've tried to define, sort of the land use categories, we've tried to define what those are. There's the low scale residential, the mid-rise residential, and then all of our traditional mixed use. We are in the process of, creating a zoning scheme that relates to that feedback that we got from the community in terms of the residential sizes. So I think that's a better discussion for us to have, when we have those two documents to bring to you together, if that helps.
Okay. And then I guess I just want to understand how, going forward, how do we ensure once the comprehensive plan is approved and zoning changes are approved, how do we ensure the tie-in of the comp plan and some of the information that's out there is kind of adhered to when we're making decisions on developments and things like that? Because like I read through all of this, and like I said, I got a number of questions, but I'm going to document all of that and send those to you. But even on the previous development dialogue committee, there are quite a few items on this from 2017 to 2019 period, I think, that I guess the expectation was that that would be incorporated into the comp plan and the zoning. And there's a lot of items on here that weren't. And I just want to make sure that moving forward, that these two are kind of working together.
I think that's a great question, Counselor. And that's really a function of why we're here bringing both of these things as part of one process. The whole goal of a set of zoning regulations is to implement the community's goals in development, right? And they need to walk hand in hand. Our zoning needs to match both our goals and our strategies in the comp plan. And that was very deliberate that we're bringing these as one package and walking them through the process of Planning Commission and City Council together, so that we don't get to a place where we approve a comp plan that everybody thinks is great right now, and then we slowly over the next year or two develop zoning regulations that either get watered down or get changed and don't really match what our specific goals are in the comp plan. So we very deliberately brought them to you together, and our plan is to move them through this process together so that there is a close tie between the community's goals and what is in our regulations.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It helps.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Let me just take one other quick run at process clarification. I took the liberty of just looking up our city charter. I see in section 9.1, it says, the Planning Commission shall make and adopt a comprehensive master plan for the physical development of the city, including amendments thereto and periodic updating thereof, subject to the approval of the City Council. So I guess I'm wondering, and I'm only asking this to try to clarify the process moving forward. It seems like maybe looking at this, taking another look at this, both the charter and the ordinances, is it the case that the Planning Commission can make amendments and then the final plan is presented to City Council for sort of a yay or nay without amendment? I'm just asking that because I think it would give us a little bit more clarity on the process over the next month or two.
That may be a more legal question. Yeah, traditionally we've used those words that the Planning Commission adopts and the City Council approves what they adopt. It's different than the normal course of action where the Planning Commission makes recommendations, right, to the City Council. I don't think that precludes the City Council from being involved in the final product and even making changes to the final product, but that may be more a question for the legal team.
Okay, thanks. I do think that's sort of a threshold question, whether, the question of whether, substantive meaningful changes at this point to this document. And I just want to reiterate this again. I'm focusing on, how do we make changes? But, from my perspective, 95% of this is fabulous. Well, and reflects an incredible amount of stakeholdering and great input from the community. So thank you. And thank you for all the hard work that goes into it. And thank you for the 1,000 hours of volunteer time. I do think it will be useful to figure out, like, if at this point, can counselors make, suggest substantive edits, or is the process that when the Planning Commission does the final hearing, that's where any amendments go? And if so, I think sort of to the extent there are changes, that will kind of focus any changes on the Planning Commission where final amendments could be made. So I do think that would be a useful thing to clarify sooner rather than later.
We can get clarification on that, yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Cruz.
Thanks. Just two things I wanted to raise. One, it's really helpful to hear about the list kind of strategies and like marking those to pieces. Because frankly, I think a lot of my feedback is like some strategies that I think are in some categories could also be in others, or some combination of that, which I can only imagine how much of an interesting matrices have gone into what we got. So I think that list is going to be super helpful. Is just one thing I wanted to say. And then the other piece, which I know is probably a hard question, but very curious for you all who have like been, you know, so central to this process throughout the whole thing. Something I kind of walked away from, like reading this and then kind of going back to the 2025 vision plan, is like, I kind of wonder like what would you all see from this process is coming out as like any of the landmark goals, or the Lakewood is blank, like 1 sentence, 3 adjectives coming out of this. You know, I think like seeing the former comprehensive plan, you know, there's pieces about like unique identity, all of those things, but like I'm interested in what that means. And I think like the vision statement is awesome, and like that could be a lot of cities' vision statements. And so I'm kind of curious, like what in like how we're thinking about 2040 makes like our vision of Lakewood unique. And so I'm just like curious. You don't have to answer that on the spot. I know that's like a broad question, but I'm just curious.
I can start. First, we have received that feedback from advisory members that the vision statement could be applied to any city, and that is typically the case for a lot of these comprehensive plans. But we are addressing that through the formatted version of the plan, which we'll unveil. We're gonna do. We already have this actually done. It's an illustration of what these components of the vision statement mean for Lakewood specifically. And so that will be a part of the fully formatted plan, the vision statement with an illustration around what that means for Lakewood. The other piece to your question, I think, will really come with the implementation tracking. So, and the reporting of it. So we will pull out, you know, very specific stories and examples of projects and, you know, ways that we're implementing the goals and strategies in the implementation over the next 15 years. And so it'll really become very specific to Lakewood through that process.
Maybe one of the things, just in reflecting back to the previous comprehensive plan, it was a different process. It was more of a steering committee, and there were a lot of good ideas, but almost so many ideas that some of them couldn't be implemented. Lakewood doesn't have a water it's minimal level of influence on some things like schools and things like that. So I think with this plan, the intention, and I agree with Christy, you know, to make it more unique to Lakewood, and we heard that a lot, and we're trying to, but I think the thinking was, there are a lot of different views too. We received continually, especially in the advisory groups, and not everyone agreed. It's not possible to get consensus on everything, and that's maybe not essential. It's more to get what's important to the community. But I think the focus was more upon what kinds of things that the community could influence, and we could get, you know, that really reflected the community, and then the action steps that could really, and the strategies that could really be something that could be implemented, I guess, and that'll be the next step. Again, I'm not sure I answered it, but I think that was a challenge, to balance all of these community views and come up with a kind of a cohesive vision that was more unique to Lakewood. Whether we've achieved that or not, I think we've just strive to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, and I think there are so many ways I think of like how this is reflective of moving a lot of things that I know I've heard community forward. And so I think you all have achieved that. And I think your answers really speak well to how do we make these goals, which are probably goals in a lot of communities, specific to our community. But I'm just like curious in terms of how this moves forward. Like, I live in Lakewood, one of the cities in the Denver metro area. Like what is that vision of what that like citizen identity is in 2040? And again, like there are so many people who have so many different ideas, and so maybe there's no way to align that or in a way that's like we can capture in this. But I think, I don't know, it could be helpful as like a North Star or in thinking about how you all are bringing this together. So I'll just leave it with that. So thanks for taking on the question.
Thank you, everybody. So as far as moving forward goes, I want to be very clear again that we are talking about two different things tonight. We're talking about comprehensive plan, and we're moving over next to go into zoning code update. So I am asking you these questions based specifically on comprehensive plan. What we determine we want next steps to be for zoning can be different. So as far as the comprehensive plan goes, that will be passed by resolution. So the public hearing actually is in alignment with the original, the first time that it shows up on our agenda. It would not be part of the consent agenda. It would be separate, would include a public hearing. So does council feel that the information that we got regarding the comprehensive plan is enough for us to move forward? It will go to Planning Commission twice. Planning Commission will then send us something. At that point, when Planning Commission sends us something, we do still have the ability to modify it, or we just don't approve it. Those are our options. So we're not solidified in having to pass exactly what Planning Commission brought forward. I think, Councilor Lowe, that was part of your question. So we have 2 Planning Commission hearings coming up in April. As of right now, I believe that this is scheduled to come back to City Council for the resolution on May 12th. My question is, do we feel like for the comprehensive plan only, that process, those next steps feel good, like we're ready to move through that? Or do you feel that we need a separate additional study session on the comprehensive plan, not zoning? Councilor Matt Guerrero.
I think for me, I do not need another study session that's just about the comp plan. I would say that it is likely that we will have questions related to the comp plan if we do a zoning ordinance specific workshop or study session. And so as much as it makes sense to have the right people available or on call for that. And then I think what I had said earlier about wanting to think about if there's larger suggested changes or, more content specific questions, like some type of process ahead of that date in May would be, for me, sufficient. And I think a way to get actually better, more concise information and with less coordinating of schedules and things. So that would be my suggestion, and I would fulfill my needs on this particular aspect.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Cruz.
Thank you. I personally would appreciate another joint study session and thinking about both the comprehensive plan and the zoning plan, because I do think that they're really intertwined in ways that are going to continue to become clearer as the level of information becomes more concrete. And I know from listening to the Planning Commission hearings, I think a lot of the questions and feedback I know are things that other folks have said. So it's less that I know a lot of things are going to continue to evolve and go well with that. But I would personally find it helpful also because I totally appreciate that the implementation pieces are going to come after this, but without having a more concrete understanding of that timeline and what that process is going to be, I don't feel super comfortable moving forward without a more concrete idea of that. So personally, I would appreciate another time for us to get together, whether that's study session, workshop. Format doesn't matter as much to me, but I personally think that would be helpful, particularly since we're missing 2 counselors tonight too.
Thank you. Councilor Nystrom.
I think Sophia Isabel said that much more eloquently than I would be able to, but I agree. And I guess really at the crux of it, the vision elements and a lot of how that's laid out, I'd be more comfortable with all of that if there was more clarity again around the land use map and then the category descriptions, because to me there's we've got the intent, the example uses, and then there's a lot of I don't know, inconsistencies or disparities in terms of, height limits, and then, it says changes may need to be, may be needed to implement the comprehensive plan surrounding current existing zoning correspondence. And I would just like to have an opportunity to get more clarity on those particular topics. So I'm in favor of another session discussing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sinks.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really not very in favor of having a study session dedicated only to the comprehensive plan. To Councillor Nystrom's point, I wonder if we could also include the zoning along with any questions and combine them, understanding that they are two separate documents, but they are closely related. So I think Councillor Nystrom's question and a lot of our questions would come from more of the zoning. So of course we haven't heard that presentation yet. So, but anyway, that's my viewpoint, not such a one and done, one session on the comprehensive plan, but kind of combine them to maximize our time. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Sherzai.
Yes, thank you. I would agree with my co-counselor, and this is like meant to be a community-driven process, and so to have council, dedicate another study session or workshop around the comp plan feels a little challenging, because we shouldn't be coming in at this point. Like, this is the same comprehensive plan presentation we received a few months ago. So if there were substantive changes, it feels like that should have happened previous to today and to this week. That being said, like, the zoning stuff that we're getting ready to talk about is like nowhere near baked. And so I agree that we need a little bit more time. Like, I'm not, and I know that's not that we're getting prepared to have that conversation, but I would reinforce Councillor Nystrom's point, is that there is still like a lot of questions on that, but my questions are on the zoning, and that I think like the comp plan feels very close to being done, and we should be able to map those two things together. That would be my interest in a workshop. But if we are going to spend more time talking about the plan and where we are and how we got here and how many engagement points, no offense, I think you all did a beautiful job tonight, but that information is known, and it's not a great use of our time. And so I would really advocate that we focus our efforts on zoning.
Isabel.
You calling me?
Do you have your, yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Wasn't sure. Yes, and just to be clear, in case I didn't say this clearly, I think we should talk about them together. And I do think it's more just about where the rubber's meeting the road of how these pieces are moving forward and how they're connected, rather than seeing the journey. So would agree with all of those pieces, and I would say like this is significantly more information than we've gotten on any of these pieces to this date, and I don't necessarily think like it's within our purview to make a lot of changes, but at the same time I do think making sure that the vision statements and the supporting strategies are aligned in the best way possible, and also listening to folks who are in those meetings who are continuing to suggest changes on that, I think is important. And so I do think they should go together, but I think that there needs to be conversations on both.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe, what are your feelings as far as another study session? It looks like we're landing on either no additional study session for comp plan, or doing another study session that would be combined comp plan zoning, but really more zoning, but where the two intersect, so that there's a little more clarity on that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question, Mayor. I haven't raised my hand because I'm honestly a little bit torn on the question. I agree that with the point that the most important thing here at this point is having a sit down to work through the text of the zoning rewrite once we have the draft text, right? I think, and to me, that feels like a workshop. And I take the Mayor Pro Tem's point that like that is the piece that is going to be like the heavier lift as we think about our workload over the next month. So I would particularly in part just bow into like the realities of the calendar and not wanting, you know, all of the work that has gone into the comp plan and not wanting to sort of delay things further. I don't feel like we need a separate comp plan sit down. I would be comfortable combining them. I mean, I think the reality of that decision is like if they're together, like a lot of our time and effort is necessarily going to go into wordsmithing the zoning rewrite, which is the next piece. I'm comfortable with that. I mean, I do think it would be helpful to just get clarity on, to the extent that there are any final changes to the wording in the comp plan, like what is the best way for council to provide that input? I think having that, like a little clarity on that sooner rather than later would be useful. And if the answer is there's some process to send in suggestions, great. If the answer is it's basically going to happen through the planning commission, then I think that's just useful for us to know. If the answer is it's going to get resolved in a joint zoning rewrite comp plan sit down, we probably should allocate quite a bit of time for that. Because that sounds like a lot of hours to me to do both in one sitting. So that was a bit of a muddy answer. I think the bottom line is I'm fine as long as we have an opportunity to sit down and look at the zoning rewrite once we have a full draft of the ordinance. I'm fine with whatever you and my colleagues in council decide about how we want to handle the comp plan.
So my opinion is I don't think we need a separate study session just based on the comp plan. However, I can see where there are a number of questions around the intersection between the two. So I think it could make sense where we're having a study session that is really ultimately more on the zoning side of things, because we haven't gotten there yet tonight, but I know there's a lot of questions there. And I don't know if this question might be for Mr. Parker or Ms. Hodson. Like, do we feel like it's implementable to have a study session where it's probably really heavier zoning, but at least we have some comp plan experts to help us understand how one meets the other? Or do we feel like this would be two separate study sessions? Or one workshop, one study session?
No, we think that makes a lot of sense to have a combined study session that's primarily focused on the zoning, but touches on the relationship between the two. As I said before, I think it makes the most sense to keep considering these things as a package.
Okay. So with that, does everybody like that idea of moving forward? So we're talking about a workshop or a study session that would be probably really geared more towards zoning, but giving some of the understanding and the alignment between one and the other, as they are very much coming forward as a two package thing. Do we all have agreement that moving forward that way looks good, feels good? Okay, all right. Then do you guys as staff have any more questions for us? Do you need any more clarification on the comprehensive plan piece before we transition over to zoning? Nope. Okay, perfect. Thank you, all of you. So then with that, Mr. Parker, I'll hand the floor back over to you to introduce zoning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So our final subject of the night, of course, is a preview of changes to the zoning ordinance. We are about 2 weeks away from releasing the zoning ordinance, and we'll talk about next steps at the end, including open house, additional open house, and additional outreach. As well as, next steps for Planning Commission and City Council. But tonight, we've got our consultants here who are going to introduce you to a lot of work that they've done as background for some of the large changes that are being considered in the code. We necessarily, for time in this context, won't get too deep into a lot of the changes that are going on, but you're going to learn a lot about the background work that's come in and some of the big changes that are coming. So with that, I will turn it over to Samantha Suter and Peter Park, the consultants that are working on our zoning code update.
Thanks, Travis. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. And I'm assuming you can see my screen. Okay. Thanks for letting us join your meeting tonight. Just to give you a brief update on an overview of what we're going to talk about today. There are three main points we want to touch on. The first is just to ground this conversation in what we're calling the code update guidance. What are the foundational bodies of work and thought that are going into the work that we're presenting today. Then my colleague Peter will talk about the code update approach. That's the bulk of our presentation tonight. And then we'll touch on next steps. So I know you guys have a lot of opinions about that just listening to your last conversation. So to touch first on the purpose. What are we doing here? What are we talking about? Our charge is to help the city of Lakewood to produce an innovative, user-friendly zoning and development regulations that will implement your updated comprehensive plan, address contemporary development and zoning needs, and something that's easily understood by staff, the public, the development community. We'll touch on more of these specific goals throughout the presentation tonight, but to highlight a few of these, we want to make sure that the code is in alignment and is in service to the comp plan. So that's something we want to make sure is very clear tonight as we discuss the relationship between the plan and the code. We also are charged with reducing and simplifying the number of zone districts throughout the city and to remove some of the restrictions on the residential density. To do that, we want to make sure we're increasing housing opportunities throughout the neighborhoods and just overall simplifying the code so people understand what is expected of them and to make sure that increasing housing supply is easy and streamlined, but also making sure that it's something that is compatible to the existing neighborhood character. Let's see. So in the fall, you guys adopted some values that are informing our work. So to touch on those three first, we acknowledge and understand that we want to create something that promotes the affordable, attainable, and more inclusionary housing throughout Lakewood. The second value is to increase mixed-use density in many areas of the city, especially those areas that are walkable and bikeable. And then we also want to prioritize environmental sustainability, conserving water use. What that means for the zoning code in particular, and touching on the priorities you adopted in October, we understand that that means a zoning rewrite that is bold, imaginative, and embraces innovation, and that it's reflecting the diversity of needs for the full city of Lakewood. What that means in terms of specific strategies is that we're going to target what we're calling the missing middle housing, which means that we'll create a code that allows for what we call naturally occurring affordable housing and supports what we call market rate housing. Another priority is to shift away from uniformly mandating single-family zoning, legalizing some of the historic building patterns, and increasing choice throughout the city. Another foundational element that we're considering is just updates to state law. So there are 4 bills that are listed here on this slide that we're taking into consideration. And we want to make sure that the code update is consistent and compliant with the state mandates that the state adopted this past year. The 4 categories of the state laws are accessory dwelling units, making sure that The city will permit ADUs between 500 and 750 square feet. There's a few other restrictions there that the state has outlawed. So we want to make sure that we're compliant there. There's also a prohibition to minimum parking requirements, increasing density around transit-oriented communities, and then some changes to the residential occupancy. As part of the comp plan, city staff has talked to the community about their feedback and how the community wants to see their vision reflected in the code update. So the two main pieces we want to highlight from those conversations are that the community talked about this idea of removing or relaxing unit distinctions in the residential use category. So rather than talking about a 2-unit or a 3-unit home, the community expressed a desire to talk more about the size, the shape of the building, less about how that building is being used internally and how many units are reflected in that structure. As you were just talking about, the future land use map as part of the comp plan provides some guidance that we're integrating into the code update as well. So we're basing some of our recommendations on this idea of low form and mid form residential categories. And we're using that to talk more about the existing context. We want to make sure that the code update and the zoning district calibration is based on that existing context. So the code can preserve what is special about Lakewood's neighborhoods, but allow this contextually appropriate evolution and increase in density. So Peter will talk a bit more about our approach, and then we'll hear from you as we continue this conversation. Peter.
Hi, everyone. Thanks again for including us in the conversation, and we're happy to be here. And sounds like you all want to talk about zoning, so hopefully this will be a good start. And I think I guess I would just like to reiterate, right? Certainly the zoning and the plan are different things, but as Sam mentioned, the zoning work that we are working on is based on the updated plan. The future land use map is a big part of that in terms of how we calibrate the zoning, as well as where some changes to zoning would occur in line with the plan, right? So the zoning isn't determining things. It's the plan that determines your future. And the zoning is just one tool of many tools that you had. You know, the earlier presentations today about your infrastructure, right? You implement plans through your infrastructure investments and parks and open space and a number of other things. So I just want to make sure that we reinforce that zoning is just one tool in the toolbox. It's not the only tool. But again, it is highly dependent, and it takes its direction first from the plan, right? And so we just want to discuss tonight some initial aspects. It sounds like we'll probably be having another study session so we can get deeper into details. But in terms of the approach that we've developed along with staff on addressing the known issues in the code and what we've identified. And so there are 5 things that we want to talk about tonight. The first is how we are approaching the calibration of standards for development based on, as Sam mentioned, the existing residential context. The plan identifies future changes in all parts of the city. And from our experience, change it's not always easy to work through. And so the code work that in our approach is really to understand first, what are the patterns of development of different neighborhoods, and how does your current zoning support or not support those patterns of development? And what patterns of development does your future plan, your new updated comprehensive plan, provide that we can use for guidance for change? The second is simplifying the residential use regulations. Third is, how do we increase the compatible housing options in residential areas, both in terms of diversity and in terms of overall capacity of what the zoning allows? And also, how do we simplify and update the zoning regulations for mixed-use districts? And last, improving the format and the usability of the code. One of the challenges in the code today, I mean, it's been updated, but there are ways that we're looking at to make the code more user-friendly, more clear, and more accessible to more people. So in terms of understanding how do we calibrate standards to existing residential districts, similar to your mixed-use zones today, you might remember that your mixed-use zones are organized by suburban mixed-use and urban mixed-use. So those different distinctions between areas that are more auto-dependent and more auto-oriented versus areas that have potentially more pedestrian orientation and more walkable. So in the same way, we're using that idea that's already embedded in your zoning code and extending it to the residential zones and the organization of the residential zones. And so to do this, we do a lot of analysis looking at the street and block patterns, right? In the northeast corner, on the borders of Denver, there are more urban grid and high connectivity of streets and blocks. And as the city grew over time and automobiles became more ubiquitous, that affected the patterns of development. And so we do this sort of analysis to understand the physical patterns of the streets and blocks, the age of housing and different eras of housing and what kind of houses were built and their form and character, as well as looking at the existing zoning and the relationship to those, as well as looking at the lot structure and the sizes of lots and the sizes of buildings on those lots. All of those are the parts that shape our perceptions of neighborhoods and the different conditions. So in the urban residential areas, we first look at the blocks and the lots and the buildings. And as I mentioned earlier, this is where parts of the city that you have kind of more of a rectilinear grid. The blocks are smaller. There's higher, what we describe as intersection density. So if you take a given area of land, 1 acre of land, there are a lot more street intersections. So there are a lot more routes and a lot more options for how you move through the neighborhood. In our analysis of looking at the city, about 30% of the residential areas are what we might describe as an urban context, and those are areas that were typically built prior to 1960. And they look and feel different than areas that we've identified as suburban, where the street and block structures are a little looser, more curvilinear. You see cul-de-sacs, homes around cul-de-sacs, and the parcels and the relationship of the parcels to the buildings is different. In the suburban residential, not all, but in a lot of suburban residential, compared to the urban, the blocks or the lots on a block are more irregular in shape, right? Especially around cul-de-sacs and so forth. The size of the house, the lot coverage of the house in many subdivisions is a higher lot coverage than you find in some urban or some rural areas, right? The shape of the parcel in the urban parts of the city, the lots tend to be, more deep than they are wide, right? In suburban areas, it varies, but oftentimes the lots are squarish, or as wide as they are deep. And so these patterns and the buildings, as they sit on the lots, they all shape the perception of what the character of a neighborhood is. And so when we look at these differences and we look at the zoning, the current zoning is not calibrated in a way that respects and even recognizes the difference between neighborhood patterns that we might characterize as urban and suburban. And so in that analysis that we did, we identified, for example, just looking at the R16 zone, which is the most common residential, in the new terminology, residential low form zone. And what we find is, in fact, R16 is mapped to areas that look or that are in an urban context and that are in suburban context. So right there, it tells us that the standards in R16 aren't really in line with the differences in the way neighborhoods exist today and how they look and feel. So our initial thinking is proposing, again, similar to your mixed use zones, which identify suburban and urban patterns, organizing the residential zones by urban and suburban. And sometimes there's overlap that what I just described as the same zone applies to different kinds of contexts. But also the calibration of those zones varies in terms of the minimum lot area, for example. So what we found is that about 33% of the areas that are identified as urban context are zoned R16, and about 46% of the suburban areas are zoned R16. So a higher percentage of the suburban areas are currently zoned R16, right? So this just is a first cut in terms of an approach of changing from your current zone, which is more of a one size fits all, and is a way that responds to some of the public comment heard as part of the comprehensive plan conversation about concerns about compatibility, concerns about having the code, allowing more housing diversity, but new development in a form that is respectful to the existing neighborhoods. Simplifying the residential use regulation. So one of the things that staff has shared with us and have gone through a thought process of addressing some of the new state regulations, state legislation on land use. And so today's uses for residential uses across the residential zones from the R143 to the RMH zones. You might be familiar that right, single family dwelling units are allowed in all of the zones except RMH, and accessory dwelling units sometimes in limited, but for the most part, duplexes, attached dwelling units, multi-dwelling units are not allowed in many of the, again, what are in the plan terms, the new terms in the plan, low form residential, right? And low form residential comprises most of the area of the city. So most of the area of the city is, as you well know, really constrained to a single unit. And so really what we are discussing with the staff is moving to just recognizing it as residential, which would allow you to collapse a lot of the today what are distinguished or distinct different use categories basically into a much simpler residential use category. In terms of compatible housing options, here again, we are taking a page from the future land use map and the construct of the low form residential, mid form residential. And we're looking at how do we craft and calibrate new zones in support of those ideas in the comp plan. And for us, it really lies in the looking at the lot sizes, as I was mentioning earlier, both the shape and the size of lot sizes that we find in urban areas compared to suburban areas, and the building form, especially in terms of how buildings sit on the parcel. And so again, from some of the input that was collected in the planning process, there's a discussion about allowing more units, again, as long as they come in a building form that is respectful of the neighborhood. So the approach that we're looking at is how do we, oops, what happened? Looks like we went backwards there. Oh, yeah. How do we regulate the building size, the overall mass and scale of a building, and allow more units within the same building form? So rather than just controlling for different categories of use intensity, allowing more diversity of housing in ways that is controlled by the size of the buildings. And so here's an example of kind of how we dig into this. We have so many different models, but we want to just give you an example of what this thought process looks like. So we're looking at the urban context, and we're looking at R16 areas that are specifically. And so when we look at every single lot that is zoned R16 in areas that we've mapped as urban, what we find is the typical lot size is about 9,200 square feet. The typical building size is about 1,250 square feet, not even 1.5 stories, right? So it's a pretty low form scale, not really large houses. I mean, there's 1,250 square feet houses most of the time. And most of the time, the lots are about 9,200 square feet. Now, today, the minimum lot area is 6,000 square feet for those areas zoned R16. So right there, that tells us that something really important, and that is, while the zoning has a minimum lot area of 6,000 square feet, the market and developers and investors and home buyers made decisions to create and buy a product that was not the minimum lot area of 6,000 square feet, but was actually more, was end up being at around 9,200 square feet, right? So, and this happens a lot. In fact, this happens most of the time, that what the market delivers is often under what the zoning actually would allow. By right, you could allow more housing, but the market was different at the time. So when we modeled these, we built a model at about that 9,200 square foot dimension, and we modeled a few houses here that are depicting, both on a corner lot and mid-block lots, buildings that are about 1,250 square feet, okay? And so this is the depiction of your as-is condition, the existing condition, the perspective of how people, or the situation of what most people think and feel their neighborhood looks like. Under the current zoning, you could build out nearly 17,000 square feet of house. All right. Now, that's pretty big, but that's what your current zoning allows. Will the market do that? Will people actually build houses that big? Well, no, but the thing is right now, in your zoning, this the way that it works, it provides quite a lot of capacity in the and the use is constrained to single family. What's important here is that the way that we characterize this is that in some ways, the code is doing something opposite. It isn't just the use of a single family use, right? The code is actually privileging a much bigger structure and limiting it to a single use of a single family, rather than privileging more affordable, smaller units in the neighborhood, right? And so, and by the way, this is not unusual. This is just about every city that we work in. This is what we find. And so the amount of space that one has, if it's a speculative venture and a developer is doing it, the amount of square footage is a pretty significant determinant of what the price point on the product that gets built there is going to be, right? And right now, the code does very little to manage the size and its relationship of a new building to the existing neighborhood scale and pattern, but also then potentially the resultant cost of the product. So one of the things that we've talked about a lot with the staff, and we understand have been part of conversations in Lakewood, is examining this idea of what if you limited the size, the total size and square footage of the building, right? And so again, this is just one example, one model, but what if it was 2,500 square feet? And again, this is above grade, I'm not counting basements here, but what if the limit for a single unit was 2,500 square feet? Based on the data that we've got, that's still twice the square footage of the average size house in R16, right? So it's still bigger than the way the world pretty much exists today. And then we looked at that 2,500 square foot of space in an envelope and said, well, what if that could be a duplex, right? You could be a front back, it could be a stacked flat, but same building form and mass, but the use goes to a duplex. So each unit in this duplex configuration could be 1,250 square feet, which today is the mean size of a single family house in R16 neighborhoods. So again, not small duplexes by any means, but just a way, an approach to address the scale of new development and infill development and its relationship to existing patterns. Well, what if we allowed that to go 3 units and it's still is controlled at 2,500 square feet? There are different ways that one could configure a triplex, but you can see that obviously if we're holding the total square footage, the per unit square footage is going down. So in this case, it goes down to about 833 usable square feet. And then if you went to a 4-plex, it's down to about 625 square feet. Now, we just did this as initial modeling, as an idea of an approach to find ways to allow more units in house scale buildings that respect the scale and character and form of the neighborhood. And the next step in thinking about this is, how you might allow incrementally more square footage if you did more units. Yeah. And so, and we're also looking at options for allowing multiple buildings on a lot. These are often referred to as cottage courts. So again, this is a way of allowing more units on a site, more buildings on the site potentially, but the buildings are of the scale of other buildings already in the neighborhood. It's just that the site is more productive in the potential for the range of housing options and types of housing. And then what was Councilmember Lowe was describing earlier about more units in terms of the potential capacity of housing in Lakewood. So there's a lot of numbers on this chart and it's late, but this is just a way of showing kind of a crosswalk from the comp plan guidance on the left, right? Residential, low form residential, mid form residential. Those are terms you're familiar with from the future land use map designations. And when we look at the context of suburban and urban, the low form residential are comprised of a lot of the suburban and rural kind of conditions and some of the lower density urban. But when it comes to the mid-form residential, a lot of them are in the urban category. And then we look at the existing zoning and the string of zones from least dense to more dense, going top to bottom, and the minimum lot sizes. And so this is how we're looking at what's really happening on the ground. So, for example, in the R112, minimum lot area is 12,500 square feet. The mean parcel size of lots that are zoned R112 is 19,000 square feet. The median is at 15.7. So in general, the lot sizes, as you find them today, the parcel sizes are quite a lot bigger than what the minimum lot requirement is in the zoning. And that's where you have some room to make some adjustments. So the beginning of our recommendations and what we're exploring is looking at, for example, in the R143 and the R118, potentially merging those and collapsing rather than having all of these 6 zones, maybe collapsing to 3, potentially 4. But R143 and R118 potentially could merge. R112, we could split and also merge with the lower form zones and R19. The R19 might split and merge sometimes with R112 and R16, and the R16 and R2 could merge and they would split potentially. There's a kind of an urban flavor and a suburban flavor. So the idea of merging these, again, while it may seem drastic, what we're looking at is the actual size of the existing parcels, right? In terms of how you might group your existing zone to simplify the range of zoning districts as part of what we are asked to help figure out. And so the next step is going in and calibrating what those new zones that might merge existing zones and collapse existing zones into fewer and what those standards might be. And so, yeah, so that's the work that's going on there. I'll hand it back over to Sam.
Thanks, Peter. So the fourth piece we want to highlight today is the simplification and updating the zoning regulations for the mixed-use zone districts. We understand that the 50% requirement in the mixed-use employment zone to require housing or to require non-residential has become a barrier to seeing development in these areas. So the direction is to expand housing capacity and option in these areas by removing that 50% requirement and allowing the market to provide something a little more compatible to what we're seeing is needed for these commercial areas. So that's one direction and one avenue that we're exploring with this update. The other piece is looking at the transitions and some of the standards related to how mixed-use zones meet residential zones and how that contextual transition is applied. Currently, it's based on the existing building, not the existing zone district. So we want to make sure that the zoning is going to support this contextual transition between these different zone districts. We also want to improve the overall format and usability of the code. So this is what your code looks like currently. It's pretty organized and succinct. It's not as bad as a lot of other cities where we work, so you have that going for you right now. But we also understand that the direction is to move from the PDF format into a Municode format, something a little more interactive online, and that the desire is to also increase some graphics, some visualizations, so it's not just long scrolling text, but the code itself is actually presented in a more engaging, user-friendly format. This is an example from Greeley. They updated their code, I think, a year or two ago, and this is a Municode based published code, so you can see how some of the graphics start to relate to some of the text. So that's the direction we're going with the update for this code as well. We know staff has been working on other issues that we're just calling known issues to the code. We touched on a few of these already. These are, again, related to compliance with the state law, becoming closer into compliance with your new comp plan, and then also addressing some of the problems that staff has identified and staff has heard from the development community as barriers to development that aren't increasing the overall outcomes. So I believe you have more information about these in your packet. And I think Travis wanted to touch on next steps. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we're here in March for your first study session on this. The Planning Commission has a couple public hearings. So they've had their study session. They've got 2 public hearings scheduled in April on both the comp plan and the zoning code, with final approval expected on April 16th. And then it will be back in your hands to do with what you will. Right now, it sounds like we'll be scheduling a study session for probably early May for you to dig deeper into the draft zoning code, and then we will schedule from there a series of public hearings at your request. And with that, we will open it up to public or to your questions. Thank you.
No questions?
Well, good night then.
Surely it's not that late. Councilor Nystrom, then Councilor Matt Guerrero.
Okay, thank you. I just have a quick question. Travis, in the chart that you sent out with the proposed zoning changes, there's several different, or maybe they're posted out there. There's several different colors. There's different, I'm just trying to understand what the coloring means. Like some of the lettering is different colors, but there's different segments that are, some are yellow, some are blue or whatever. Can you clarify what that means?
Oh gosh, I don't have that up in front of me, and I don't believe there was meaning behind it. That has been just a staff document for years as we gathered portions of the code that were causing issues. So a lot of that's like, numbering changes and adding things to lists. So I believe that was just, different people adding to the list over the course of many years rather than an intentional coloring system.
Okay, so when you have under the category, there's verbiage such as, I can share my screen if you want to see it. Like, I'm sure you're familiar with what it looks like, but
yeah, no.
Clarity not addressed, requires amendment. Like, I'm not clear on what the status is on these things. And I guess in trying to get the clarity or make adjustments or something on that, like, what is the timing for all of that? And
so that was an intent. So really there are 3 inputs to the changes in the zoning code. And you've heard tonight that the main ones are input from the comp plan and these state law changes that we're addressing. The third one is this list of however many small technical changes in the code that I've identified over the past few years. In a couple of weeks, around the 1st of April, we're gonna, put out the first draft, the first public draft of this for review by you, the public, by everybody. And it's gonna contain, these red lines that, again, the stuff you heard tonight, the redoing the residential zones, changes to the ME zone, et cetera. And then, these individual these smaller things will be part of that as well.
Okay, so this will all be kind of clarified before the public hearings, or?
Yes, you will have a full document with all of the changes, all of the proposed changes to the zoning code.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Matt Guerrero.
Great. I recognize that we're not like fully going through all of the concepts this evening. I will say, I think we all alluded to this in our conversation about the comp plan. I just reiterate, I think once the actual zoning rewrite is drafted, I would be really interested both in like having enough time and process for questions, whatever that system looks like, but then also, of course, for a workshop where we're really like digging through the sections of it. Some of the questions that I have on the concepts is one, in the beginning of the presentation, some of the conversations about like the values or input that were expressed by council in a resolution this fall. I believe we didn't say anything specifically about moving away from single family zoning, and we used other language that could mean that, but that was like a little bit broader around like types of zoning and land use. And two, there was a conversation, it was, I think, both from community and from city council reflected around the focus on missing middle housing. And while yes, missing middle is something that we talk about all the time, we also really specifically in that resolution, and something that I think I have talked about a lot, is that the missing middle is not actually the only thing that I hope that we're aiming towards. And the comp plan did not appear to only talk about missing middle housing. And so I don't know if that's something that folks want to clarify right in this moment, or if those are points that are good for continued future discussion. But creating affordable housing that is truly affordable, more fully subsidized, creating options for things that are well below market rate, not just market rate and missing middle, and thinking about also the balance in any of those categories of renting and ownership, and of course, like maintaining our affordable housing that is covenant affordable housing in this moment, I think are all things that I didn't really see reflected there. And that doesn't mean it's not in there, because this is like a pretty high level presentation about something that is really vast and really large, but I wanted to flag those couple of things early and now.
And I guess the one piece that I could respond to up now is you're right. The document from the council didn't say, make big changes to single family zoning. That was really instigated by the state law that prohibits us from limiting the number of people in a unit. So as of, a few months ago, a single family lot in Lakewood could be developed to one of those 17,000 square foot buildings and have 20, 30 people in it. And our zoning can't prohibit that under state law now. So the concept was, all right, how do we respond to that in a way that also responds to the council's request for more housing options and more choices? And the thought there is, well, the one piece that we do still have control on in our zoning code is the size of these structures. So we can limit the size of the structures to respect the existing context of these neighborhoods. At the same time, the state's allowing unlimited people in these buildings with within the constraints of the building code. then it doesn't really matter if that 2,500 square foot building has 1 unit or 2 units or 3 units, as you know, as long as we're controlling the size of the structure. So that's where that came from. It wasn't necessarily instigated by council. It was instigated by the state law changes.
Okay. It was talked about specifically as a council value.
Okay.
I also have a question on that whole category of items. I think that I look forward to getting to wrestle a little bit about like the specifics of the sizing of setbacks versus lot size. And like, there's a lot there to play with. But for this evening, I do have a question, which is that is it truly the only thing that prevents infinite amounts of people from like living in any particular structure and having a developer build however many units that they want in one place is based on unrelated family members? Because my understanding is that like the way that we articulate multifamily versus single family isn't actually like directly in correspondence with the definition of how many unrelated people can be in one place. So like the idea that we just, because of this law, changing our understanding of what family means that we have to get totally rid of all of our zoning and totally rethink all of our understanding of what single family versus multifamily building and zones are, like doesn't quite square to me. And I'm wondering if folks can talk a little bit more about that. And again, maybe this is something that we will dig in more in the future, but like having the permits, for example, to have many different addresses and mailboxes for different households is something that is different than having lots of roommates, right? So like even this idea that square footage is now the only thing that changes, that like will delineate the types of buildings being built, like I'm not sure I'm totally believing that.
Believing what? What's missing? So I guess I would say the solution that's being proposed is not the only way to resolve state law. Absolutely. But the state law does now allow, you know, unlimited, unrelated people within whatever structure is built. So basically, you know, a 6-bedroom house can rent out 6 bedrooms to multiple people each, right? So once we've crossed that line, you know, is there a downside to, instead of allowing 6 bedrooms to be rented out, allowing somebody to put a wall and have 2 families in there? It's allowing more housing options within the constraints put upon us, you know, by these state rules.
Yeah.
But not required, but the people can be there. We're just allowing more flexibility to the layout within those 4 walls.
Right. And I think that to me, that's okay. But then the idea that how we're then trying to split it up is exclusively with, like, I don't know. I wonder, I'm curious about what other counselors think, you know, like the theory around just sort of not having single family zoning because of this state law. Like, it doesn't quite square with me because, okay, so I will say that periodically throughout my life over the last 15 years of living with various types of family and friends, etc., I have personally been breaking the law of like 2+U in multiple jurisdictions in my life. I broke that law when I was a student in Fort Collins, and I've broken that law in Lakewood before I was on city council when I was in my early 20s and I first moved here. That was not really an example of like my room that I was living in being householded separately to me. It was an example of me living with friends where we could share one mailbox and share one kitchen, and like understood we had to navigate a driveway and understood we were navigating a single family area, right? That the idea that we had the potential of being like code enforced occasionally occurred to us, if I'm being completely frank, because I've always been very interested in city ordinances and code. But that, right, that is more what we're talking about. Or if I even think about when we define relation, right? I have also lived with my 2 very, very good friends who I at this point consider my family, and they have been partnered for 9 years, but they're not technically married, and I'm not blood related to any of them. And so when we all lived together, that's not, we were a family unit really in a lot of respects, and as much as cousins can be. And I think the intention right behind getting rid of this law is really like racialized, right? Like this was a way to prevent intergenerational families from being able to live together. It's a way to prevent people from being able to catch family members who have immigrated here, who are looking for work, right? Like that was sort of the point of a lot of those rules in many cities that have, come from the past, to reduce those kinds of family structures. It's not really like getting rid of that law isn't really aimed at the idea that we just can't have multifamily zoning be something specific that's about apartments and townhomes, right? So I recognize that we might still need some of these rules, but I think I think maybe I'm opening this up even just to like the rest of council of like thinking about how to wrestle with that. This doesn't quite strike me as like, I feel like it's missing a large element here that I can't quite articulate at this time. Well, and I guess I'll put out my one last thing as we all continue to ruminate about like our next steps and big themes. In the mixed use, I think there's a lot of really great progress that's happened there. I think there is still a question from folks of how are we working to prevent like the continued food deserts and wanting to really compel and increase complete neighborhoods where we do see like walkable, interconnected amenities for neighborhoods. And so that is something like I recognize what we were doing with like trying to split properties and mandate that didn't quite work. But I think totally relying on the market has also not worked, right? We end up with exceptions to those permits already, and we end up with just like big packs of new residential because people need housing, and we end up missing some of these really necessary things that increases our traffic, increases our driving, decreases neighborhoods' wellness and health. And so that is something too that I'm continuing to research and look into, but we'll be like thinking about and pushing more on those types of questions.
Councilor Cruz.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot to chew on, and excited to dig into this more tonight and moving forward. Kind of building off my co-counselors' set of points, I would agree that I see kind of this change away from specifically single family zoning and more kind of aligning residential uses as not being exactly only related to lifting the number of unrelated people that can live together, like within the building codes regulations, which do, right, like require space for people. I just want that to be clear. But like also I see it as aligned with like our values around equity and kind of the history of single family zoning. I see it as aligned with our sustainability goals and our affordable housing goals. Like that is just a piece of the vision that maybe I was hearing there. And so I support the direction we're moving in. Personally, I want to be clear about that. And something I kind of wanted to ask with regard to kind of like the 200 or the 2,500 kind of square feet piece. I know there was one comment on Lakewood Speaks about that potentially, and I know we've heard this in a couple community meetings, like seeming like a little bit of a small like limit, even though obviously that's above, wildly above like the average. But then also I'm wondering, like in any iterations of when you all have taken on this type of a project, like have there been kind of gradations based on how many units? Like, because I could see, right, like a 4,000 square foot above grade house being wild on a 9,000 square foot lot, but maybe that's not as wild if it's for 1,000-foot townhomes or something like that, right? And so I'm just kind of curious what the thinking or where we have to go on that front.
Yeah, that's a great question, and the answer is yes. The way that we typically do this is as more units are proposed, there's incrementally additional square footage. right? And again, here's what this basically does, is it still controls the overall mass and scale of a new structure, but basically reverses the situation that you have today, which is privileging the big single over multiple smaller, and allows the additional square footage to grow as more units are proposed. And the example that we ran through was holding 2,500 feet constant, right? And in that case, yeah, the unit, when you start to get to 4 units, it only in certain circumstances might that actually pencil out, right? Maybe the unit is too small. And so that's where finding that threshold of where the square footage begins to go up as the units go up is where we are in modeling that right now. So the starting point on this approach is, what's the limit for the single, right? Because again, if the limit is too small, then yeah, maybe it's just not politically viable as a proposal. If it's too big, as it is today, which is huge, but if it's too big, you're also not potentially going to realize anything but single family houses, right? That, and again, this is played out in a lot of markets. In Denver, for example, we didn't restrict the total square footage of a single family house. So even though you could do a duplex, it was more profitable to build one big single family house because there was a market demand for a big, expensive single family house. Has the market been saturated with the biggest single family house that you can fit? Not quite yet, but there definitely is more. There are definitely more duplex. There are definitely more smaller multi-unit buildings getting built now. But again, those duplexes, each duplex, the way it played out in Denver and a lot of places is they scraped a, let's say, 900,000 square foot bungalow, and they developed 2,500 square feet units in a duplex form, right? Because the mass and scale allowed under the zoning was quite a lot. So that just the math and the way that the code is set up today isn't helping you get to your goal of providing more housing choices, more affordability, more sort of, more housing options.
Absolutely. Yeah, I appreciate that. And we'll look forward to kind of exploring what that looks like as the plan moves forward, and would just signal my personal interest in that approach. I think maybe one kind of follow-up question on this. I would wonder, in this sort of future state in which we adopt a code such as what you're describing, like how, because what we're seeing right in our area is there's a lot of subdividing, and like that is essentially how folks are kind of redeveloping a lot of single family lots. And so I'm just curious what that would look like in this future state.
Yeah, and so the last slide that we showed on modeling multiple buildings on a parcel is getting at that. So the result, so part of it is how we are calibrating the minimum lot sizes. So in the R16, for example, urban, right, the low form urban from the comp plan description, we're looking at lowering the minimum lot area from what it is today. But we're also looking at what that might do in terms of allowing subdivision of parcels. So if the median so here it is. if you look across on that line, R16, the minimum parcel size today is 6,000 square feet. But the way they exist out in the world is they're over 9,000 square feet more often than not. And so if we set the minimum lot area at 3,000 square feet, it would be possible for someone to take a typical R16 lot and subdivide it into 3 lots and build 3 single-family houses on that, on what was 1 lot, right? So that's how we're looking at the minimum parcel sizes in the recalibration compared to the way that those zones are calibrated today, and how we're studying how to collapse the zones toward a simpler set of zones, but also related to the patterns that already exist.
Thank you. And I'll just ask one final question and then cede my time and go back the line. So with regards to speaking on the minimum lot sizes question, I kind of hear what y'all are saying in terms of thinking about respecting context, moving forward, what is the market actually delivering? And I just like a conversation with a constituent came to mind about they have a tiny home, they can't afford any of the lots big enough for it to meet the minimum lot size. And so like, where do folks like that fit into us wanting to make like an affordable, like more opportunities for like affordable housing moving forward in this setting?
Yeah. I think that's, again, we're definitely contemplating that. The threshold for what that might look like. So that one of the last slides that I spoke to were how we're studying multiple buildings on a parcel. And so tiny homes might be the kind of building form or the building type that we didn't show them here, but you could imagine organizing multiple tiny homes on one lot in a kind of a cottage court fashion. And so, that might be, but that's what we're exploring in these multiple buildings per lot situations. And well, the other piece too is it isn't just the lot total square footage, it's also the frontage. So, but as we're looking at some of these, in these cases where you'd have allow for multiple buildings per lot options, we typically need the lot to be a little bit bigger than the standard lot. But also in the subdivision situations, we look at the typical lot widths. And even though we might be reducing the total minimum, or reducing the minimum lot size, we might control for the lot width so that the way that the land, the way development appears from the street, it's continuing the pattern of sort of the lot parcels as the neighborhood is currently comprised. But as you mentioned earlier, if people subdivide into smaller lots in the middle or in the back of the lot, then the change from the street is less apparent because the lots don't suddenly get really skinny.
Councillor Sinks and then Councillor Lowe.
Great, thanks. Mr. Parker, you mentioned that the proposed changes to the code would be coming in a couple weeks. So I wonder if the proposed changes will reflect a red line edits, or will it be such a dramatic change that it's kind of starting over and it'll be completely different? How do you foresee the code coming to us?
Yeah, maybe I'll let Sam and Peter talk to that. You're right. The last time we did a new code, we changed it so fundamentally that a red line was kind of meaningless. We, changed the organization, changed everything. Our changes this time aren't as fundamental as they were in 2012 and aren't as organizationally impactful, but maybe I'll let Sam talk a little bit to that.
Yeah, I think the best way to describe it is it's probably going to be a hybrid. There are some articles where we are making just surgical changes, and I think those are best conveyed with the red line approach. For the residential zones, we are seeing that as an overhaul of that one section, so that we might just create a new separate draft for that one section. But the way we're tracking it right now is a spreadsheet, so you can see section by section which ones do you want to look at the red lines, which ones are we just presenting a new draft to. So I think a hybrid is the best way to characterize that.
Great, thanks. We'll look forward to that.
Councilor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for this presentation. Really helpful. I know it's getting late, but I think all these zoning changes are exciting and energizing. So excited to be able to dive into this over the coming weeks and months. I'll just pick up a couple of points that I heard Councilor Cruz asking about. Sorry, my headphones are about to die. Give me 2 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Sorry about that. So the presentation that talked about how, if I understood it correctly, it basically was making the point that under the current code, where you sort of had that slide showing the very, very large buildings in pink, you showed that a maximum build out could be over 17,000 square feet total for a non-corner lot and over 16,000 square feet total for the corner lot. So let me thank you. Yes, that slide. So let me just make sure that but what you're basically saying is under our current code, even with the setback requirements and all the dimensional requirements and the height limitations, theoretically, someone can still come into an R16 house and knock down the house and build a house that is theoretically that build while complying with all aspects of the zoning code, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So where I understand it was sort of a hypothetical. I heard Mr. Park very clearly say like you're not wedded to 2,500 as like an absolute hard cap. But where did 2,500 come from? Because I mean that is obviously dramatically less than the current maximum build out allowed.
But I think you heard you can see on the screen the background of what's been built now, or what's on the ground now. So it's a number higher than the average, but not 16,000 square feet.
Right. Okay. So it's, right. But there's
well, and I should say,
yeah, please.
I should say that won't be our proposal uniformly across the city. I think that what we're working on will have multiple, at least 2 different size categories.
Yep. But that's basically the logic itself. I mean, the logic for the sort of the maximum square footage is something that's meaningfully higher than the mean right now in a given zoning district, but quite a bit lower than like the theoretical maximum build out as to sort of offset some of the other changes in the zoning code. Is that the theory as I understand it?
Yeah. Yes. And part of what goes into it is studying these models and just kind of getting a sense of where does the expression of that in a maxed out version become potentially disruptive. That's going to vary by different people's perceptions of the world, of course, right? But as you said, right now it's a pretty big number. You could just not do anything about it, or you could use that as a starting point for how you can move away from where you are now, which is a code that really encourages few expensive over more affordable, right?
Yep.
And so that becomes that's actually a pretty important question as a starting point in the approach. The other part of this is where we typically have seen this approach used, what the community goes out with in the initial draft always turns out to be a bigger number in the final. Because it's a negotiation, right? And where do you want to start that conversation? But as I said, the other models that we're looking at is how those increments might be set against the beginning max as a way of allowing more units. They're going to be smaller than if you just did the lower number of units, but still units that would be would not be so small that you wouldn't see them getting developed, right?
Understand. That's very helpful. I guess I would sort of second the theme I heard Councilor Cruz picking up, that I think particularly for a development that is going for a duplex or triplex or a quadplex, precisely to your point, precisely because you already laid out the case that there's this market limitation at 2,500 square foot on adding in these I'm getting to a triplex or a quadplex, that an additional square footage bonus for under, obviously there's a lot of dials you can turn here. Do you do that across the city or just in certain districts? I think there's a lot of questions about how you limit that, but I would be very interested in seeing some sort of square footage bonus to allow for certainly fourplexes and at least the right parts of the city where it makes sense to be feasible from a market perspective. That was, I guess, my reaction to that. One other question, going back just a moment ago, and Mr. Park, you're already kind of addressing this a little bit. I mean, council quite a few months ago was talking about the idea of creating an R10 district rather than R16. In the current draft proposal, you're looking, it looks like, at sort of a minimum lot size of 3,000.
Small size.
Why not have it 0 lot sizes in at least some parts of the city? Why set the minimum at 3,000?
For the residential low form areas, or
yeah.
Well,
sorry. Let me back up. So is it the case that in the medium areas you actually are anticipating 0 lot sizes?
Yeah, I mean, I think that in the multi-unit zones, the bigger one, the minimum lot size doesn't matter as much. It's really in the low residential forms that, that the, again, if you think about a neighborhood, an urban neighborhood or suburban neighborhood, and you look at the lot pattern, the parcels and the houses sitting on the lots. And so by maintaining some of the minimum lot area, and as I mentioned before, managing the size of the lot frontage or the lot width at the front, is a useful tool to sort of, in the first part, managing the size of the parcels, versus if we just have 0, then you're kind of starting with like 0 reference to the existing context. In multi-unit sites on corridors or on bigger sites, that's becomes irrelevant. But where you have an existing pattern of what is primarily a single family neighborhood, keeping the minimal parcel sizes and managing the lot widths is a way for us to start out with a development pattern that is derived from the existing context.
But let me just clarify a more fundamental question. For mid-form residential, do you anticipate that you will, I mean, I'm looking at this chart again, I'm seeing minimum parcel sizes is sort of not filled in, at least for the mid-form residential. Do you anticipate there will be 0 lot sizes there? Or are you expecting a 3,000 square foot to be the minimum lot size for mid-form too? Sorry if I missed that earlier.
Yeah, so like the RMF today does not have a minimum parcel. We wouldn't introduce it there. The RMH, which is mobile home, I actually think, we've been thinking about this, the mobile home is really a low form residential. It's not a mid form in terms of the scale, right? And what we understand, what the difference is between low form and mid form residential that the plan is contemplating. I think what on the other ones, on the MRS and the MRU, right now it's 5 and 10 dwelling, 5 dwelling units per acre. So it's a different kind of it's a density rather than unit per minimum lot area per unit. So I don't know that that's really a minimum lot area.
But to be clear, the current plan is for all R16 and R2. The idea is you would move to a minimum parcel size of 3,000 square foot.
Right.
Okay. I mean, I guess what I heard you saying earlier about the logic for that is like, well, if we have 0 lot sizes, it's harder to deal with things like dimensional requirement. It kind of sounds to me like what you're talking about, things like setback requirements, or I mean, those are all things theoretically that can be addressed with setback requirements or other dimensional requirements. I mean, you could still say, notwithstanding the lot size, we still have a minimum setback requirement, right?
Yeah. You would, but if you made a really skinny lot.
Well,
right. I mean, the thing is that the typical lot, let's say, is 60 feet wide. And so what if I made 20-foot lots in a 60-foot wide, I'm in a neighborhood of 60, 70-foot wide lots, right? And so, I mean, you could have, I mean, there's a whole, no, anyway, I think for the low form residential, eliminating, we're not seeing what the advantage would be to have a 0 lot size, minimum parcel size, but we're definitely open to exploring it further.
Okay, those were the two. Just this question of the square footage maximum and whether adding on a bonus for your a fourplex, and then this question of 0 lot size were just the two big picture things I heard and saw in this presentation that I think are worth exploring further. Generally very encouraged by the direction of this, and thank you for all the work that's gone into it, and looking forward for the chance for it. I'm sure we're going to talk about this at the end, but sounds like, well, we already made a decision. I'm excited that we're going to have a second chance to look through this in either a study session or a workshop once we have a draft of the like an actual draft text to work through. Councilor Ryan has go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, Sam mentioned to the question of a red line, she mentioned it might be a hybrid. I mean, one of the goals that we're trying to meet also is having a code that's easy to understand and to use. And so right now, the way your zoning districts are described in the code organization, it's pretty clear, but the zone districts are described in Article 3. The dimensional standards for development standards are in Article 5. The residential building and site standards are Article 6. Right now they're separate articles that you have to put together to understand how to design the building. And so one of the things that we are exploring is how can we organize in a graphic manner similar to some of the graphics you saw tonight to use to convey the zoning standards, the development standards, the building standards in one diagram, rather than in text described across 3 different articles, right? And so that obviously is a pretty significant change from the format of the code that you have today. But we think it's a pretty efficient way to meet the goal of having code that's easier to understand and more accessible. Anyway, that's just one of the details I think I wanted to point out when Sam said it might be kind of a hybrid. It's not going to be like, these 5 lines of text get struck and they get replaced with this text. There might be some other structural things that might help you get to your goal of a more accessible code.
Understood. I want to cede the floor here so we can. I'm sure the mayor's trying to land the plane on this final agenda item. The last thing I'll just say is this is a big piece of business. This is an important piece of business. Obviously, the zoning rewrite. I'm really glad that we're moving expeditiously on doing this, and I think it's important the Planning Commission have sufficient time and space to sort of work through this. Mr. Parker already talked about the multiple planning sessions that are planned. I think if I'm understanding where the pieces are right now, the draft of the actual zoning, the actual text is not yet to the Planning Commission. So I do think it'll be important the Planning Commission have enough time and bandwidth to like work through that before it comes to us. I do think that will help keep this process relatively tighter rather than, lots and lots of edits or amendments from council from the dais, which I think could get messy rather quickly. But thank you, and thanks for all the work that's gone into this.
Councilor Nystrom.
Thank you. I'll be quick. We're coming up on the bewitching hour. So just a couple comments. One is I want to second what Councilor Maya Guerrero said about the mixed use zoning and the need to, developers may not want to build that type of structure, but I think especially where we're talking about high density housing with apartments and things like that, I think that's pretty essential that there be a combination. They may not make as much money off of it, but to serve the needs of their residents in an apartment building, for instance, or something like that, I think that becomes important. I wanted to ask, is there Mr. Park, you mentioned a couple of communities that you've worked with before and done this type of thing. Are there examples of those that you could provide and what was implemented potentially that would be helpful? So I've already gotten a number of questions on some of this, and I'd like to be able to have a basis of comparison. And I guess the other question I have is, so for instance, in the low form residential area, which is light orange, it's called, right? In theory, what you're proposing is that in a existing neighborhood, someone could scrape their house and rebuild additional structures on that lot under this new zoning, right?
Yeah, in some cases they can do that now too. But right.
So you're proposing that zoning be changed across the city in the areas that are designated as light orange. I guess my question is, again, that's why I'm kind of looking for examples because, I've already gotten some feedback on this, but the concern is you have established neighborhoods. So someone next door, you could tear down their house or somebody could buy it and tear it down and build multiple units on it and kind of change the integrity of the neighborhood and the expectation of the homeowner.
I think that what we're trying to solve is the new state law allows some significant changes now. So in other words, someone could buy the house next to yours now in your R16 district and put up a 16,000 square foot home and put 20 or 30 people in there, unrelated people. So I think our proposal is a response to the, what the state just did that allows significant changes today. By our proposal is to limit the building size much more significantly than it is now.
Okay. And I guess, again, I'm going to come back to this time and time again, but what you're not showing on your graphics there are trees. And we are rapidly losing trees, and we will lose a lot more. And a lot of these existing neighborhoods have a lot of mature trees on them. And we continue to cut these down, and we're about to facilitate cutting down an urban forest that is definitely going to affect our air quality. And it's going to have a larger overall effect on the communities in which we do this. It's just something like there's a lot of references to sustainability and making improvements in that area and making some strides, but that is a big concern with this particular proposal. So I'm done. Thank you.
All right. And it is 2 minutes before the hour. So we already really established our next steps as far as this topic in conjunction with the comprehensive plan earlier. So look forward to another conversation coming up in the future. We'll plan to do something of a workshop format so that we are all live together talking through some of these important things. And what I would ask, I think Councilor Matt Guerrero had a great idea earlier this evening in the way that we move through the budget process, is getting questions to staff in advance, and answers are then also able to be shared with each of us in advance. So if that would work, Mr. Parker, for you and your team, I think that might be a good way for us to get you guys some questions ahead of time, and so that we can also come to that workshop as prepared as possible, also having the ability to then voice out some of these questions and responses to community members too. So could I open that up as a, hey, let's go ahead and turn on that faucet so that folks start to get you these questions, especially after tonight with some of this being fresh on our minds?
Absolutely. Like Roger Wadnell said earlier, the sooner the better. The more we can get in early, the more we can sooner we can incorporate it.
Okay, I appreciate your flexibility with that. Councilor Matt Guerrero.
Sorry, I definitely already have questions, but I also want to flag that whenever we have a more complete draft, and I think after the next planning commission conversations, there's then going to be sort of like, at least for me, and it sounded like maybe from some others, like a bit of a re-up of some of the really detail-oriented questions. Because right as some of the logistics and specifics are getting like shaken out, there are things that I maybe have questions on, but I want to see what ends up in the actual draft, and then I would have more questions. So I want to ask that we figure out some way to like kind of delineate like when and how that happens.
So we'll move forward with getting questions over to you. And as far as coming back for a workshop type of an environment, it sounds like it's possible May 5th may still be available. So Ms. Hodson, do we want to just hold that loosely, or do we think that we can commit to that date?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. We'll pencil that in. And then I'll work with staff to secure that, to make sure that that's going to work.
Okay. I'll take pencil. It's 11 o'clock at night. Pencil will work. So, okay. With that, any closing comments on this topic before I usher in a potentially very brief committee update? Okay. Do we have any committee updates tonight? All right, then seeing no more further business this evening, we'll go ahead and adjourn tonight's study session at 11:02 p.m. Thank you, everybody.